Oh, thank you for the sub, Swagenheimer. Appreciate it. Also, high execution characters are awesome. What is going on over here? I'm having some trouble over here. Come on, let's go. Post the post. Post the post. Blue Sky seems to be giving me a little bit of... Oh, wait, what? It says my post was sent? What? Oh, there... What? I thought I canceled it. Oh, well, whatever. Clip which one for stock keyboard sounds? Just me pressing the keyboard? All right, let's see here. That's funny. Okay, welcome, Naret G. Glad you could make it. Glad you could make it live over here. Appreciate you. What's up, Drunken Banana? How you doing? Hello everybody. I'm gonna just do a little bit of time killing here while we wait for more people to show up, as usual here on the stream. When we start like this, I just like to answer questions and talk to the chat before we get into the formal topics. So if you guys have any questions or just are curious about any sort of little minor topic or something like that, I'll be more than happy to discuss stuff. So oh, thanks, Netg. Yeah, the MLG thing was crazy. I mean, I'm glad, like, you know, when I talk about it and stuff, a lot of people are like, oh, yeah, I remember Eris telling some of this story, too. So I'm glad that, you know, Eris has told the story a little bit as well. So there's a little bit of corroboration with my story and his story as well. Oh yeah, Zelcho, there is. Yeah, I mean, I should add that to the list over here. Let's see. Because everybody's going to want me to talk about this anyway, so I'll just put this here. Let's just do that for now, because everybody's going to ask me about it, so put it here, and we can definitely talk a little bit about it. Way ahead of you, JNV, way ahead of you. I know that's what Zilcho was talking about as well, so... Oh, well, thank you, Reggie. Yeah, I'm trying to lean more into a lot of that history stuff, so hopefully I'll be able to do more. I mean, for example, like, I love the conversation that I had with L.I. Joe, but I swear it just feels better when you're, like, in person and able to interview someone. But obviously that's really, really hard, but I'm going to see what I can do. And eventually, I mean, I might just start doing like GoFundMes or Kickstarters or something, you know, to be like, hey, you know, I plan to record content, blah, help me travel to these locations. etc., etc. So, playing Street Fighter 6 till my hand hurts. Not a fighting game player. I'm more of an RPG player. Well, okay. Well, interestingly enough, Mugen Cat, like, this is something that's actually kind of important to talk about. Because are you actually getting hand pain, or is this just, was that just a funny joke? Because, Patreon, yeah, Patreon is a good one too. But the reason why I ask is because, long-term hand pain is actually a legit concern about playing fighting games and video games in general. Repetitive stress injuries. Like, I have repetitive stress injuries just from using my goddamn phone for too much all the time. So it is actually a concern, Mugen Cat. So if it's actually pain, what controller are you using, etc., etc.? Because it is something to look at, and hopefully, because like, I don't want people to be injured, because it happens to a lot of players. That's why Alex Myers had to switch to the Ergo box. It's why, I mean, David honestly has made his own split box. A lot of people have switched around to different controllers and stuff. So if you are using a PS5 controller and you find yourself cramping your hands a lot playing this, I totally get it, because the PS5 controller is a little small, and if you have big hands, it can be very crampy. I don't know if you use the D-pad or the analog stick. The D-pad, which I call the digital pad. Weird, like, I've never heard anybody else, I mean, like, people made fun of me for calling it the digital pad, but if you have if you have an analog controller, then this would be the digital controller, right? And it's the D-pad, so it, like, works. Yes, JNV, I was looking into that, and I haven't finished setting it up yet, so I need to do that for sure. Drive rush on the L. Oh, because you're doing drive parry here, so you have to do this in double tap, right? You have to go yeah, that's kind of awkward, actually. I would, if you have the opportunity, I would look into maybe some alternate control options, but it is tough because obviously controllers are hella expensive, so it's hard to be like, let's try a joystick or let's try leverless, because it's really, really expensive to get some of those controllers. The other thing you could do is maybe just look into alternate pads, to play on. I have my, where is that pad? What is that pad? It should be around here, but I don't know where anything is, thanks to my cats half the time. Things end up in all sorts of random locations. There is so much crap on the floor over here from my cats knocking things down, and me being too lazy to pick it all up because it's just hard to reach everything. But other controllers are basically, available so that you can feel a little more comfortable. Now, having said that, hey, thank you for the, whoa, that is weird. Why? Oh God, the text is so small. You can't read the text at all, but thank you for the sub, Ruber Beef Man. Appreciate it. I'll fix that some other time. Having said that, joysticks and leverless take a lot of practice. If you have never really played with a joystick before, which my friend that I was trying to teach Street Fighter 4 shocked me with, because I grew up in arcades, so I was using joysticks all the time, and he was using the joystick for Street Fighter, and I was like, oh, you don't have to do this, use it like when you use the joystick on other games. And he was like, I've never used the joystick before. And I was like, what? Like that, mind explosion kind of thing. So yeah, if you haven't used the joystick or leverless before, just be warned that they do take practice. and they will take a lot of technique to actually learn how to use. So neither of those things are going to be free solutions, right? So another option is to look for a different pad. I mean, I am going to be a little biased here because Victrix has been giving me a lot of cool things. I haven't had a chance to use it yet, but the Victrix BFG has the ability to stick 6 face buttons up here, which I want to do because I tend to play claw style. I used to play on the Sega Saturn pad, and I used to play claw style on that, and I think that that is a lot better for me. And then being able to have a pad, and I wonder if having the button that, you know, on the trigger on the fingers up there is going to make me actually react to DIs a little bit easier. But there are a lot of controller options out there, and it might be something worth looking at, because honestly, if you are actually getting that kind of pain in your hand, like you're holding it stiff for too long and all that stuff like that, that will, I mean, it depends, right? If you play a lot and you keep playing, it'll eventually come back to bite you. However, if you're just playing casually every once in a while and stuff, it may not be that important. You may not have to worry about spending all this money on alternate controllers, because controllers are expensive, man. Like those pro controllers for the PlayStation, you know, where you can add buttons on the back and stuff. Like, those things are expensive. Oh, man. Oh, you actually play on the BFG, Dr. Swagenheimer. I use my R1, R2 buttons for certain EXOD moves like lights and heavies. When you actually make it claw style, I thought the buttons over there were the R1 and R2, right? Like, isn't that how it works? So it like moves the other one. Don't they move? Isn't it that it moves the 2 buttons on the top to the face? So it's L2. You can have 2 sets. Wait, you can turn those 2 into different buttons? So the face buttons are actually different buttons, or you can have the face buttons and the shoulder buttons. Right. So, right. You can switch between them, but if you switch it to the face, so all 6 are on the face, you're saying that the triggers up there will do the same thing as the buttons on the faceplate, right? I haven't had a chance to talk about the Fatal Fury Real Bout 2 release because I haven't played it. I haven't had a chance to mess with it. I really want to, though. Don't get me wrong. I really, really want to. Oh, yes. And actually, where is it? Daddy Shoes mentions this, and this is a very good way to practice keyboard. Leverless is the playing on keyboard, right? If you play on keyboard, you can get practice on seeing if you're feeling comfortable with leverless. The only thing that you really have to do about when you play on keyboard, though, is make sure you map the space bar to jump, to up. I'm sorry. Map the space bar to up. Because when you look... where did I put it? Where did I put my thing? I put it back in the box. That's right. If you actually look at a standard leverless controller over here, and I'm going to bust out my beautiful, beautiful Victrix Pro KO over here. This is the jump. This is the up button right here. This is where almost all leverless controllers put up. And the reason for this is that you want to be able to use the up button with either hand. Some people don't need to do this. I do. So for example, if I want to Tiger Knee Kimberly's air throw, like, it's easier for me to actually use this hand for down forward, but then I press up and the attack button over here. It's actually easier for me to do that. Now again, some people just get used to being able to do this, but even things when I'm doing like spinning pile drivers and stuff, I'll use the up here. So when you actually put the up at, if you put the up on the space bar, you're essentially practicing that configuration, right? If that makes sense, right? So now, because the space bar is wide, you can use that with either thumb. And with that, you can actually practice what it's like using a hitbox. So if that starts to feel comfortable to you, Leverless might be an option for you, might be something to consider. There are lots of cheaper options, like this is the Snackbox Micro that I have over here. Very thin, easy travel, very light, and you can just play very easily, you know, with your hands like this. So lots of leverless options out there. There is also the option of making your own if you have access to like 3D printers, or if you just want to makeshift your own. It's not that hard. You can always get parts for your controller at online stores like arcadeshock.com. Arcade Shock is my favorite place to get my controller parts because they always are reliable and they have a lot of experts who can tell you exactly what you need for your controller. No, Arcade Shock is based here in SoCal. It's run by some of my good friends, and legit, they're an awesome group. They are very knowledgeable and they have like everything you can imagine. So if you do buy parts, I do recommend Arcade Shock, honestly. So that's why Zangief is not my favorite character. Oh, you are from Singapore. Nice. Okay. Who's the one from Singapore that I always get on the chat over here? Oh gosh, I can't. The name escapes me, but if I see his name, I'll be able to say that almost. I'll know exactly that it's him. So, but what about using SF6's in-game mapping? Well, again, the in-game mapping only reassigns the buttons, right? You can't assign a lot of extra things there as well. And again, what the controller is always about, you know, the layout of the buttons, right? And so using the in-game thing, yeah, you can absolutely do that if you want to move attack buttons on the left shoulder and use this one for DIs and stuff like that. You can do stuff like that, but it's not super available as options. Now, there is one other thing you can do, is in that the PlayStation itself, in the PlayStation menu, has accessibility options in which you can swap basically anything. So I can turn up into a button, I can move down into a button, etc., etc. So you can remap stuff like that. Obviously, if this is something that you get good at and you take it to tournaments, it starts causing a little problem, because now before you play your match, you have to go to the menu and configure it. I don't know if that's even legal. It might not even be legal to use the PlayStation accessibility options. But for example, when Sonic Fox was learning Tekken, at one point they wanted to change it so that up and down were mapped to, or left and right, literally up and down would be mapped to the trigger buttons. So they would actually only use left or right over here, and everything that they needed up and down they would use with the triggers, because that way it allowed them to do electrics very easily. You know, it was just like boom, like it was really, oh wait, how did he want to map it? Or did he want to map left and right here? He did something crazy like that just to basically make the game actually easier to play. But like I said, I don't know if that's legal, and it's probably because it's a little problematic. What do you mean by installing mods secretly, no glitching? And also, why all caps? But yeah, I mean, honestly, Mugen Cat, you can actually, like, I've gotten to the point where I know how to do spinning pile drivers very easily on Leverless. So if you need some tips on how to play Zangief, like if you want to play Zangief and you want to play him on Leverless, I got you on that one. So I can give you all the easy ways to do spinning pile drivers on a Leverless controller. It's super easy to use Zangief on a leverless controller. 720 is probably the hardest thing. However, there's so much shortcut that you can do for Zangief. SPDs do not require any diagonals, and it only requires the 4 cardinal directions, and all 3 ups count as cardinal directions. Does it feel better on a leverless? Does which part feel better on a leverless? Zangief SPD or just in general? For me, I've learned how to do it. I want to know how to do things on all the controllers because that gives me a better knowledge of being able to educate people on how to use these controllers and everything like that. And I think that's a really, really important thing. But because I am not a leverless user, of course I'm more comfortable on joystick for SPDs. But again, I'm a scientist of the game. I am, on stick? Okay, on stick. Yeah, stick has a lot of little shortcut things that you can do as well. You can do a lot of tricky things with Zangief on stick or on leverless. Again, I've been playing on joystick for almost 40 years now. I've been playing fighting games on joystick for almost 40 years. So like everything feels easy to me on a joystick. It's just how it's gonna be, right? Like, so if you ask me which one feels the easiest, I'm always gonna say joystick because that's just how it is. You know, it's arguable that it's easier on different kinds of controllers, honestly. So maybe that's why you're not allowed to go to the menu at tournaments to set your input commands because you might install cheats. Oh, wait, nah, you can't really install cheats from the PlayStation menu. Like, that's not gonna happen. Oh, yeah, for sure. And that's the thing, you know, when fighting games first came out and started going to console, everybody was like, nah, you can't play this unless you play on a stick, right? Like, if you're a pad player, you'll never be as good as everybody else on the stick. And, you know, that was for various reasons. One, like, games back then weren't really made with pads in mind. And 2, a lot of the pads that we used were terrible pads, right? Like, I know this might be blasphemy for some people, but I hated the Dreamcast pad, for example. Like, I couldn't play fighting games on the Dreamcast pad to save my life. But there are people out there who actually got good on the Dreamcast pad. But, you know, there are players like Luffy who still play on the PlayStation 1 pad and all this other stuff. So, you know, before it was, you better play a joystick or you can't do the things that you need to do. And eventually we're getting all the pad players and leverless players also winning events and stuff. But a lot of the stick players are also winning events. So my favorite thing about the way the FGC has gone when it comes to controllers is the fact that everybody is pick your favorite controller. Get good at whatever controller is most comfortable to you. Learn it. There are advantages, disadvantages to every controller that exists. But in a world where we have competitions for things like cup stacking and pizza dough tossing, like, people can get good at anything. And clearly, all 3 controllers are capable of taking you to the highest levels. So again, play whatever's most comfortable with you. Even on stick or even on leverless, people find different ways to use those. You see Itazan stick where he has the 6 buttons on a downward slope in front of him, so his hands feel natural, like his palm rests here and he hits the buttons on a slope like this. That's what Itazan's crazy skate park joystick is doing. And then I mentioned the Ergo box that Alex Myers uses. And again, I'm not I don't know how it works. I don't know if there's a jump button on both sides, and if there is, I don't know if that's legal or what. But the controller that Alex Myers uses is called the Ergo box, which is not an official product. It's created by somebody, and he basically sells it from his house or something like that. I guess I can use this Fatal Fury cap as an example here, but it's essentially shaped like this. Like, imagine this without the lip, right? Like, it's essentially shaped like this, and what he does here is you play it like this. The buttons are on the sides over here, because Alex Myers ended up with very, very bad hand pain from playing on the joystick too much. Hello with the sticks. We're talking about joysticks and buttons and all that stuff, so you know, it's like it makes sense. Your name is very appropriate with the sticks. But yeah, so like the buttons are on the side here, so the hands are in a natural resting position. So he has to play like this so he doesn't cause stress pressure on his hands. Now, things like leverless controllers, again, if you have a leverless controller, I will tell you one thing about this is that if you learn how to use the leverless controller, you can play on your lap, etc., etc. You can also play it far in front of you. However, if you do play on your lap, here, let me do this so I can actually more easily show you guys over here. If you do play on your lap, and make sure, and yes, I'm wearing shorts here, but make sure you don't play like this. Do not play like this. This will kill you. If you're gonna play leverless close to you, play like this, okay? Because you want to keep your hands arms and wrists as straight as possible. If this isn't comfortable, learn to play with the stick a little bit farther away from you so that your hands can be stretched out a little bit more. But if you play leverless so that your hands are tilted like this, you are going to kill yourself. Some people, maybe they can get used to it, but you know, a lot of people have switched to hitbox to avoid you know, repetitive stress injuries that they get from joysticks and stuff. And for a lot of people, leverless have been a godsend for them because it allows their hands to feel more comfortable and stuff. And then there are cases where, like, Sajam tried to switch to leverless and nearly almost destroyed his hands. Like, he had to stop playing for, like, I forgot, it was like a couple of weeks or maybe even a month just to get his hands to recover from trying to play on leverless, because I think he probably played twisted like this or did something with his fingers that didn't work so well. So again, you know, I'm not trying to talk bad about leverless. The point is that any controller that works best for you, use that controller. Hard part is it's expensive. It's not like joysticks are just everywhere where you can try it out for a month and then be like, yeah, it's comfortable. Like, there's no, you know, rent to own joysticks or leverless controllers out there. Leverless does have the advantage that you can use the keyboard as pseudo practice. But in the end, you know, it is expensive to try these things. But again, pick what's comfortable for you. If you do buy a controller, if you decide to experiment with leverless, with joysticks, or even with a super fancy pad, wherever you order from, just make sure you know their return policy, okay? And so that way you know how much time you have to try it out before you're like, no, this is not working, I need to return this. Because a lot of people back in the day would buy joysticks and they're like, I can't do this. I can't do this at all. You know, and if that's the case, then you know, return it, do something different. And again, if anybody tells you, oh, leverless is the way to go, again, leverless is the way a lot of pros are going because it gives them really quick reactions on certain things. It's easier to, you know, walk and block, for example. It's definitely easier to walk and block because you don't have to move a joystick. You're just like, pop, 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 right? Like, now you're blocking. So like a lot of people like it for those reasons, but honestly, like those milliseconds, you know, that you save, that's only gonna matter if you're trying to win Evo. You know? So like if you're playing on a joystick, you get used to it, and then you're like, I'm good, and you start finding out you're getting good and you're beating all these people and you're like actually jumping into the scene and now you're competitive and whatever like that, A lot of people since then have switched to hitbox, and you can do that too. But if you're not going for Evo titles or Capcom Cup or whatever like that, just keep playing what you're playing. The little differences between the controllers are not going to come up in ranked matches until you get to like all the legends and all that stuff, and you are competing with everybody out there. Let's see. Okay. So Sajam has found a better way to use it. Is he actually back on Leverless? Okay. That's good. It might be that he just learned how to play it better or has a different one that works better. I've always been surprised there's no Leverless that's more diagonal. Like, I think a diagonal would be really good. The problem is that it's hard to make one button for jump unless you make a custom button that extends across the whole entire thing. Because it's still hard to say though, because adding an extra up button, I think, is against the rules. I think they finally just said, like, you can't have an extra up button unless it's an analog controller. Because in games like Tekken, putting movement buttons on accessible by the right hand, like the cross-up did a while back, makes Tekken, like, you basically are cheating in Tekken. Like, having movement buttons available to your right hand literally makes it so that you're cheating in Tekken. Like, when people call hit Leverless like cheat boxes and stuff, you know, for games like Guilty Gear and Street Fighter, it's not really a cheat box. In Tekken, it's a cheat box if you have movement buttons on the right hand. 100% cheating if you're using the buttons on the right hand. Not because, like, the controller's broken. It's because of the design philosophy of Tekken, where the devs decided to make difficult execution tied to a specific input device. The difficulty in execution in Tekken comes from the fact that you need to hit the controller and activate the cherry switches of the controller on the same frame that you hit the button. And of course, when you move a joystick in the arcade, like, the buttons are a little further away, so and on certain machines, the cherry switch, the little red part of the cherry switch would be actually worn down, so it actually takes a little bit more movement to hit those things. But like, it's hard to know if you're actually pressing down forward on the exact, like, from down to down forward on the exact same frame you press the button, unless you do a lot of practice, right? Well, if you put movement on the right hand, then you just go forward, down, and then you hit button and right here, boom, and you'll just get electrics for free. I remember someone came into my stream one time. I had done the PlayStation accessibility options remapping of buttons to simulate it, and I just did electric, like 5 electrics juggle, and some guy came to my stream and was like, wow, you're really good at electrics. And I'm like, no, I'm cheating. I'm cheating, so no, this doesn't count. Oh, man. Which one fucked up your hands with the sticks? Was Leverless that messed you up? Carpal tunnel, tennis elbow, whatever. Like, carpal tunnel is obviously repeated stress movement from using the mouse and the keyboard and stuff. The controller hitbox is going to be similar, but it could be different muscles, you know, that you're screwing up depending on how you choose to freeze your hand. If you just ever put your hand in a weird position, or like force your fingers to be frozen in a certain position, you are going to hurt yourself. So in other words, if you are using, for example, if you're using a leverless controller and you do this and you freeze your fingers like this at this width. So for me, because I have very small hands, this is not natural spacing for me necessarily, right? I have to spread my fingers a little bit and I have to lock them this way. If I use leverless for a long period of time, I will probably hurt myself because I have to lock my fingers at this width right? And when you lock your fingers at a specific width, that's not a relaxed position, you will give yourself repetitive stress pains. You will actually get yourself hurt that way. So it's not necessarily, like I said, find the controller that is right for you. That's honestly the thing to talk about. So, right. So Electric Wing Godfist on a hitbox is still hard because you have to use 2 different hands to hit the button at the same time, right? And that's a lot harder to do than this, right? Because with one hand, it's easy to move you both hand, like you just learn to put both of your fingers at the same height and you move your hand down. So it's like guaranteed you hit the same frame. The cross-up put the movement buttons on the right side, and that's why that controller is banned from Tekken, if I'm not mistaken, but hitboxes are not. It's still gonna be significantly easier to do Electric Wing Godfist on hitbox than it is on joystick, but it's not like super free, I'm cheating, like it would be if you had the cross-up, honestly. So, let's see here. Oh, you almost did fuck up your hands on Leverless. Yeah. Okay. Weirdly enough, Body Slam, a lot of the recent tournaments have been being won by joystick users. So again, like it's like kind of like circling around. And while I would say most top players use leverless controllers these days, percentage-wise, it's not by much, and the advantage and the results are not showing an advantage in any sort of fashion. I mean, one of the reasons Shao Hai, one EW, he's a joystick user. He uses the box, right, to cover his joystick and stuff. So, PS controller I use feels better for me. Daddy Shoe says, I'm practicing C Viper on Street Fighter 4 at the moment to prep for her SF6 release, and I'm convinced carpal tunnel is inevitable regardless of controller choice. So it's going to be a lot easier in Street Fighter 6 than what you have to do with Viper in Street Fighter 4. Because again, Street Fighter 4, her feints where you have to hit, I think it was the other 2 punches, right? Like if you were doing ground pound, you had to do ground pound and then feint with the other 2 punches. And now I think you just feint with the kick button. I'm pretty sure they're gonna put a lot more leeway into it. So a lot of the things that you're doing with Viper for the jump cancels and stuff like that are gonna be simpler in Street Fighter 6. However, the speed in which you got to do things and, just building the muscle memory for the stuff, still going to be difficult, which is awesome. Thank you, Capcom. But I'll talk about that in a little bit more. 2 up buttons is definitely the way to go. Yeah, like having 2, oh, you actually want to have the up button in both places. See, like I said, I don't know if that's legal, actually. I don't know if that's legal anymore. I'm pretty sure the rules say that you can't have more than 1 movement button unless it's an analog controller. And that is only to account for pads. That is the only way that they can state it to make pads legal without opening the door for things like the cross-up. Because before, it used to be you can have up to 2 buttons of movement on a stick, but then that let you put the buttons on the right side, which basically was really strong for a lot of games. So they changed the rules so that the other motion input has to be an analog controller or nothing, basically. Which, by the way, I still lovingly call the mushroom. I've always called the analog controller a mushroom. Like, oh yeah, I'm using the mushroom. Yeah, do you use the mushroom? Like, me and my friends got so used to calling it that I forgot that it was weird sounding. And sometimes I'll still call it the mushroom to people who have probably never used that term in their life. And they're like, mushroom? And I'm like, oops. Let's see. What did Necromancer say? This is more due to legacy design than actual leverless being at fault. Yeah. So all the execution stuff in Tekken, focusing on joystick plus button simultaneous presses, is because the game was only played on joystick. So like, it was not a bad design choice, but because we've reached the point where everything is, you know, you can make the controllers anything you want, it is a little bit of, you know, there is ways to take advantage of it with different controls. Honestly, like, if they really wanted to, and I don't know if they would ever actually do this, like, you could make the Electric Wing Godfist work if you just made it so that you had to hit the button exactly 2 frames after you hit down forward, because that would actually require practice and timing and stuff, and you know, the only problem is you'd have to tweak the frame data of the Electric Wing Godfist to be like 2 frames faster to make that work, etc., etc. You could do stuff like that. There are ways to make it so that the execution can't be cheated by the controller. And there's a lot of techniques there, but the thing is that Tekken has always been such a legacy game that switching the controllers and changing the way inputs and the things that they have for execution work, how they work, is tough. Because if someone like Kudans or somebody like that has been practicing Electric Wing Godfists for like the past 20 years, and all of a sudden you change it in Tekken 9 to be something else and ruin his 20 years of practice, like, it's rough, right? It is rough. Right. Even VF6 said they're designing from the point of view the default controller most people will be using is pad, which makes sense, which probably means a reduction in weird diagonal inputs, things like back to down forward inputs. Yeah. Carpal tunnel is nerve damage. Tendonitis is damage to the tendons. Okay. So it's probably more tendonitis that I'm feeling right now, because it's not nerve damage here. It's definitely like muscle pain here. For me, pad would destroy my thumbs, but switching to hitbox, I have no pain. I have no pain at all. You type now pain, Tatsujin, but I think you meant no pain at all, right? Now you have no pain at all. King Wave Dash used to honestly be harder on Leverless. Well, yeah, they actually patched it at one point. Wasn't it in Tekken 7 that they patched it so that the King Wave Dash was easier, or was that a Tekken 8 patch? Because I could never King Wave Dash. I couldn't do it. But when they, with the buff, that made it a lot more free to do. Like the forward tap that makes you dash forward could count in the you know, wave dash motion and stuff like that. It made it a lot easier. A lot easier. With the hitbox, let's see. What did he say over here? But the hitbox with WSD layout and classic hitbox up button on the bottom is legal, right? I don't think so, Term. I'm not sure it is. Again, you'd probably have to go into like Capcom Cup rules, Evo rules, etc., and look it up just to make sure that I'm right about that. But I'm pretty sure most of these sites these days do say that if you have a second up, it has to be on an analog. Let's see. Oh boy, so many rules over here. Controller, blah, 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 blah. Digital position, a lever joystick, a lever designed to sweep, blah, blah, blah. Rules. Controller may not activate multiple game inputs from a single button. Right, so you can't do that. Okay, a lever which sends the down plus right inputs when held in a certain position. Down and right are both cardinal directions and therefore can be activated simultaneously by a single input. What? A lever? A lever. Right. Okay. That makes sense. Using the in-game controller settings for a game to assign a multi-game input function to a single button. Right. Using their macros. Okay. So what it says here, and just so you guys can actually see, boink, and I can go to this over here. So not okay, rewiring, no analytics, there we go. So let's see, not okay, rewiring a push button inside the controller to simultaneously push 3 other buttons to send 3 punch inputs. One input mechanism may not send multiple game inputs. Not okay. A push button that activates a hardware macro, which sends a series of game inputs at a specific timing, of course. Not okay. A slider that, when moved from left to right, will send a series of inputs one after the other. Whoa! One input mechanism activation may not send multiple game inputs. Okay. Not okay. An analog push button which sends either game input A or B, depending on how hard it is pressed. I mean, honestly, if somebody can get good at this, like, more power to them. The controller may send analog game inputs from analog mechanism or digital input mechanism as long as it does not violate any other rulings above. Okay, a push button that when pressed sends a game input that the analog stick is 75% to the right. What? A push button that when pressed sends a game input that the analog stick is 75% to the right. So you can use a button to simulate the analog input? Two push buttons, A and B, that produce different analog outputs depending on whether one, the other, or both are held. For example, the R2 analog game input is at 25% held when A is pressed, 50% held when B is pressed, and 100% held when both A and B are pressed. Oh God, I need Ultra David here. Not okay. A push button that when pressed will sweep the analog from 100% left to 100% right over 1 second. This violates other restrictions by sending multiple analog game inputs. The controller may not send simultaneous opposite cardinal directions, include left, right, up, down. This is typically enforced by adding cleaning firmware, blah, 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 blah. Okay. A lever which sends the down plus right inputs when held in a certain position. D plus R are not opposite cardinal directions. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. And can be bound to a single input. Yes. Not okay. A push button that when pressed sends L plus R inputs. L plus R are opposite cardinal directions and therefore cannot be bound to a single button. Not okay. A player mods his fight stick to add an additional button to press R without adding a SOCD cleaner. The player can hold L on the controller and hold this new button to also send the R game input. Right, okay, this is what the Gaffro box was doing before. A game designer, blah, 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 blah. Okay, this is all super confusing. Oh man. So it sounds like you could, digitize analog inputs, which then means, technically speaking, the cross-up should be legal. The cross-up should be legal then. And if that's the case, that's scary, actually. Is 3S characters the strongest in Capcom Fighting Evolution? No. No, they are not. I think it's like A Groove might be the best one, just because custom combos are custom combos. They're really strong, and they always are really strong. Player options, blah, 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 blah. How to enter and entry prizes, prize restrictions, code of conduct, limitation, liabilities, dispute resolutions, class action, governing force majeure, tournament inferior winners, contact, regions. They don't have anything about controllers here? Let's see. Master events, challenger events, dojo events, point system, global ranking website, tournament format, double elimination, match play, player options, blind pick, rule violations, grand finals, missing players, match coaching, controller usage. A player might not program functions on a controller using methods outside of the base functions of the game, including monometry, programmable, and turbo controllers. The following are sequences are prohibited. Whoops. A single input that results in the execution of multiple subsequent inputs. Combination inputs, except for those that can be applied within the game's controller settings. A single button input results in a directional movement input and an attack input. Well, they don't say anything about that either, so I feel like the cross-up is legal then. Honestly, I feel like the cross-up is legal, and if that's the case, then I feel like if you're playing in the Tekken World Tour, like, that's the only controller you should use. Honestly, especially if you are playing anyone with an Electric God Wing Fist, right? Like, because that's just really, really good. So I'm not sure exactly how it works. But then that does mean that, yes, 2 up buttons on the controller should be legal. Yeah. So you could do, yes. Okay, well, there you go. Cross-up might fall under the rule that you use 1 button to input a right when you are already holding down a left. Maybe, like, just because it allows you to be able to input left and right at the same time, because this lets you input left and right at the same time as well. So I don't think that that would be a rule that would be applied there. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how it works, honestly. As long as the controller has SOCD cleaning, it's fine, right? But like I said, the whole point is that that means that the cross-up is legal. And if that's the case, then, like, I can do electrics for free, right? Like, I can just do electrics all day if they let me do that. So, because the buttons are inputting analog signals, the stick is the D-pad, right? Remember, the default pads are excluded from the double input rules. Yeah, the whole thing is very weird. Oh, man. Yeah, anyways. Whole point is, use the controller that you want, and Mugen Cat, if you are feeling pain using a pad, I would look into other stuff. You can look into bigger controllers, which will help. If I could just find that damn controller. Hang on a second. Oh, where did I put the controller? Why don't I have it in an easy, accessible fashion? I can't find my my Power A pad. It just generally looks like an Xbox 360 pad, and it's very, very good. It's significantly larger, but also more expensive, which is always the problem. But I cannot find that controller. I don't know where I put it, so I can't show you. Unfortunately, sorry. Anyways, how did you practice for B3? Oh, you just played in the arcades. That's it. You played in the arcades. You played, yeah, you just hope you had an arcade that you could play a lot at. Thank you for the follow, original Mr. Butter. Appreciate it. Appreciate it very, very much. Hope you enjoy the content that I produce here, and hope you enjoy the streams that I do. Where is it? Here, alerts. Here we go, edit alerts. Let's see if I can actually do something here. Let's try 60. All right. How do I create a message here? Does the did I put text on that one thing over there? Let me see here. Oh, what am I looking for? What am I looking for? This. Yes, I know.
James, switch the cameras.
Oh God, it's still so small. Because I think that's a specific one. Oh yeah, that's new follow. God, how did I do this? I can't even remember anymore. General settings. This is the new follow. But I did something. I don't remember how I set this up anymore. Jesus. Oh, channel points? Is that what it is? Oh, there we go. Switch the monitor. Here we go. Let's set the text to 60 here as well. Let's try that again, shall we? And see what it looks like.
James, switch the cameras.
Okay, that's a little better there. I mean, honestly, it could be even a little bigger. So let's just see what 72 looks like. And maybe I'll just go with that instead. Back over here, redeem it again, like so.
James,
Yeah, that should
switch
be
the
good.
cameras.
That should be good. And so that way I can go back to over here to the new follow, change this to 72 like so, and save that. Subscriptions, change this one to 72. I gotta do this manually to all of them. Jesus. I feel like there should be a way just to do this across everything. But let's just do it for now. Let's just do this. Oh, here we go. Variants, edit multiple. Ah, okay. Gifted subscriptions. Yeah, let's do this. Bits, raids, and hype trains. In channel points. Yeah, let's just do that. Let's change all them to 72 and save. It's actually nice that they even put that option in there. Shout outs to Twitch. Nicely done. I'm impressed. Okay. Why does Viper have a safe follow-up from Burning Kick if Burn Kick is already safe on block by default? I don't know. We'll find out. Let's take a look because I haven't had a chance to do that. So, again, asking the Viper questions. So let's actually delve into Crimson Viper here in Street Fighter 6 and figure out what this character is all about. Now, normally I do a deep dive analysis on the first gameplay trailer, but since that came out like literally right after I did Tuesday last week, we're gonna watch it, but then we're gonna jump straight into the character guide and maybe the blog. Do I want to do the Steam blog first? Let's see. And just kind of read over it really quickly, and then we can watch the gameplay footage. So we'll get like more detail as we go. So we're gonna just watch the initial trailer just so we can, just see how cool it is. And then we'll move on from there really, really fast. So, hey, Chen, got a quick question. I've been stuck in platinum with Akuma. Any tips? Usually if you're stuck around that range, the main thing that really starts to hurt players and the roadblock they run into is that they are still playing essentially a one-player game, and which that I describe as you try things and you hope they work because, hey, this Akuma thing is really strong, so I'm gonna do this because it's really good. And you just count on the strength of the character to be able to win, etc., etc. What you have to learn to get from that platinum to the diamond area is starting to learn how to play based on your opponent. Now, this is different for different characters. Characters like Blanca and Honda can kind of like Honda can butt slam his way to victory all the way through diamond and stuff like that. And some characters like Kimberly, their mix is so strong that you can kind of get to diamond without doing this. But within a character like Akuma, a little bit harder to do. So basically, the tip is start learning how to play your opponent as opposed to using Akuma. Because again, the biggest weakness that most players have when they start learning fighting games and they hit that roadblock where they can't get to that higher, like that vaunted, like that, it's one of the early roadblocks, not one of the earliest roadblocks, but one of the key roadblocks from getting to something like platinum to diamond. You know, what you want to do is you want to pay attention now. Does my enemy tech throws all the time? Does my enemy like to jump? Does my enemy backdash all the time in this situation? When they get up, are they always trying to perfect parry? Whenever they block this move, do they always try to swing afterwards? You know, like when I was learning Elena and I was playing on stream and I was playing Diamond, I noticed some guy always mashed buttons. So I just did things that were frame traps all day and just looped frame traps until he died or until he started blocking, right? But there was no reason for me to change strategy because it was working. And I got that because every time I tried to do something different, he would jab me because he was just mashing on buttons. So, you know, I fight somebody, oh my God, this guy jumps all the time. Oh, this guy jumps backwards in the corner all the time when he's scared. So next time I get him into the corner, I'm just gonna wait to see him jump back, and then I'm gonna drive rush under him and land super duper combo on him, etc., etc. You have to start learning how to play against the person as well as learning how to use your character and the matchup, etc., etc. And the solution for every character is going to be different, and that's what makes it wonderful, because some characters are going to be better at punishing this type of player more than others. But you figure out which of your tools that Akuma has that will work for those situations. If you don't know, go to training mode and find one. If your enemy jumps back in the corner and with Akuma, all you do is just like fierce uppercut and sideswipe him, that's not very consistent, not very good. So like, try to find something better. Maybe you won't, maybe you will, but test it out. See if you can find something better. But again, the main thing is to start fighting against your opponent because of the way they play, and start remembering that if you fight against a masher, these are your tactics. If you fight against some guy who's super scared to touch buttons, throw him all the time. If you see a guy who always text throws over and over and over again, but blocks the meaties, they're doing delay tech, so shimmy them a lot more, etc., etc. But you create these boxes, which is what Daigo calls them, boxes. I call them tree branches, because you know you have your base tactics and the trunk, and then from there the trunk splits off into multiple branches, right? So the trunk will always split off into like 10 branches, but then the 10 branches all have their own branches, and they all have their own branches, and then they eventually get to a leaf, and that's the player that you're fighting. So when you start, here's my basic strategy. Oh my gosh, this guy is a masher. Go down the masher branch. Once you get up to the masher branch, you're like, oh, but this guy likes to be super offensive and mash. So now you've got the offensive masher, and then you have the defensive masher, and you go down those branches, etc., etc. If you can categorize players like that when you run into a new player you've never fought, and you can assess that right away, you will know which branches to kind of go down and have your tactics already ready to go for that type of player. Again, my most famous example is if I fight a Ryu, most of the time, first thing I do is backdash. If I don't know the Ryu, I will backdash at the start of the round. Round one fight, backdash. And if the Ryu chases me and tries to sweep me or rocket punch me or, you know, start donkey kicking me, or if he backs off and throws fireballs, I will start putting them down the offensive Spaz Ryu branch or the super defensive Fireball Ryu. You could be wrong. Maybe you backdash and they're like, oh, he's over there, I'm going to throw fireballs till he comes in, and now I'm a Spaz. You're wrong. You might be wrong, but again, when the you thought was defensive Ryu starts spazzing on you, then you're like, oh, wrong branch, go down and go up the other branch. But again, you have to learn to spot these things. So again, to get from platinum to diamond really starts approaching the psychological portion of the fighting game, where you have to start learning how to read the players. It's not good enough that, oh, demon flip Akuma punch thing, if they block it, I'm plus, and I hit a button, and this guy just mashed, and I hit him, and I get my confirm. Like, it's not good enough. Like, what you have to start doing is Akuma jump up, demon flip, punch button, you hit a button, they block, and you're like, oh, this guy does not press buttons. He knows I'm plus. So I'm gonna have to switch to demon flip chop into throw. For this player, you don't do this to the next guy you fight, but for this player, that's what you do because you figure out what that person does. And that's basically where you wanna go. That's where you wanna go at this point in time. So that is my biggest tip is one of the first things that I always talk about when I teach fighting games is that fighting games is a two-player game. Everybody starts by playing fighting games as a one-player game, which is fine. You have to start that way. But eventually, you have to remember that it's a two-player game, and you're fighting another brain that has those decision-making. Like I've always said, like footsies is basically Dark Souls, right? Like, you know the skeleton is gonna swing, so you stay outside the swing range, footsies, and when he whiffs, you go in there and counter poke him, right? Now, what if a human was using the skeleton? He knows you're trying to bait the swing so you can punish him, so he's not gonna swing when you're not in range. Instead, he's just gonna keep running at you, right? So now you have to fake him into thinking you are in range and then get out of the range so he swings and misses, and now you can hit him, but he might realize you're trying to so again, that's the mind games right there, right? So basically, if you're playing a one-player game, you're just hoping that the other player falls for this or does this. But when you start playing the two-player game, you don't care if they beat your trick because you already have the solution to the players who do that. So like I said, if you do Akuma chop and then jab and they start blocking and you're like, he's not getting hit, I don't know what to do now. That's because you were playing the one-player game. If you play the two-player game, it would be chop. I know my options are throw, shimmy, or attack, right? So chop, throw, shimmy, or attack, right? So let's say you do chop and throw and he techs it all the time. So now you can do chop, walk backwards, and he techs and you kill him, right? So you don't care what his response is. You figure out what his response is, and you take advantage of it. And you can test them too. Like I will try to throw people multiple times even though they tech it because I want to see how committed they are to the tech. Because sometimes you'll throw somebody and they tech and then you try to throw them in the same scenario again, they get thrown because they think you're gonna change. And if they do get thrown, the next time you're like, oh, okay, so this guy is trying to mind game me back. But if they tech every time, now you know it's an auto reaction, so you can shimmy them and kill them. So again, play the person, not your character, right? You have to play the human, and that's the essence of Street Fighter. Tell some players always say just whiff punish me, but they never whiff. Yeah. But I mean, the key to that term 1N is that you have to make them whiff. That's the trick, right? Because they're good at hitting standing heavy punch when you are in range of the heavy punch, of course, right? So what you have to do now is be cognizant of his standing heavy punch range, which the Dhalsims are gonna be better at than you. Get aware of it. And now what you can do is walk into that range and immediately backdash, or walk into that range and immediately walk backwards. You're gonna fail a lot and you're gonna end up blocking the stand heavy punch, but that just means they're pressing the button earlier than you thought, which means you don't have to walk completely into the standing heavy punch range. You can walk half in and half out and get them to whiff, right? That's the thing. Like, the opponent's not gonna whiff the button for you to whiff punish. You have to make them whiff. Now, if you suck like me, they'll whiff and I go, let me see if it hit me or not. And it goes whoosh, and then it goes away, and I'm like, very interesting. Let me try to whiff punish. And like the move is like done, right? Like I'm terrible at whiff punish. I'm terrible. Yeah, that's why I use the tree branch analogy, Ancient Blade, because I think it's just a great visual picture of how you want to fight people. If you don't know who the other guy is at all, You know the character matchup, so you have a forest of trees. That's the Blanca tree, that's the Ryu tree, that's the M. Bison tree, blah, blah, blah. You go over to that tree, and the trunk is literally your matchup knowledge. But then from there, you want to go down all the branching paths to get to the leaf, which is the human that you're fighting. And you have to make those assessments while you're playing the game. Basically is how it works, so. Ooh, it's harder than it sounds, and it's gonna take a while for you to learn what to look for from opponents, but mainly what you wanna look for is, I have a situation that leads to a mix-up. How do they react to the mix-up? And that's where you start gathering information. Or if the guy just runs at you and mashes buttons and never stops hitting buttons, that's information too. So when you're playing fighting games, you have to be evaluating your opponent 24/7. Like, it's just constant evaluation of the opponent. And when I streamed my Elena run recently, you would hear me say stuff like that, like, oh God, this guy mashes all the time. Oh God, this guy keeps walking away. Oh God, this guy keeps doing this. Oh shoot, this guy is doing that. You know, oh, this guy never blocks overheads. So like, you can hear me making those evaluations while I'm playing. And you could have a million tactics, but if your opponent never blocks overhead, and with like Elena, I can do, you know, spin scythe, roll into overhead, spin scythe into roll overhead, spin scythe. And if he never blocks overheads and I kill him with only that tactic, why waste your time on all of the other stuff that you can do? You don't do the other stuff just to do it. You do the other stuff when the things that you like doing or you think are good are not working anymore. I've always said, the least amount of your tricks that you use to win a fight, the better. That's what you're always trying to do. If you can win using 40% of your tactics, 50%, 60% of your tactics, you're better off. Because if your enemy is really smart, gets hit by some of them, but starts adapting to them, if you use 100% of your tactics right away, you've shown them everything. Keep trying to use that same 60%, you know, switch the mix-ups and see if it actually does mess them up. And if it doesn't, well, you've got another 40% of your stuff to draw from. I'll pull in this tactic and try this crazy thing and see if he gets hit by that. And then you can add something else. You'll see a lot of times when players play against stronger players, they use everything in their book and they make the opponent look human. Like, you'll see some rando guy fight up against like Knuckle-Doo or Mena RD or even like Tokido. And in the first game, it's like, whoa, like that was really close and Tokido looked really vulnerable, or Tokido lost the first game, what, right? Well, that's because Tokido has no information and he's like, would this guy really do this? Let me try. Oh, he did. And he got hit. Wait, what kind of player is this? Oh, that's not what I thought he was. And he gets hit. But then game 2 comes around and he's like, I know exactly this kind of person. I know exactly what this player is like now. And you'll always see this where like the top player in the first game looks vulnerable and then in the next game, like almost gets double perfects, right? And why? It's because in the first game, or even just the first round sometimes, they're going down the tree branch. They're trying to figure out, they're going, oops, that's not what they were. He's not this leaf. I took damage, go down this leaf. Oh, that's not what he is. Go down this leaf, go down. And you know what? It might take a while to get there, and you might take damage. You might lose a round or something like that. But then he's like, I got it. Gets to the right leaf, and then he blows him up because he knows exactly what kind of player he is. And those players don't have the ability to counter-adapt. They're just playing their game, their style, and they go with their habits. And again, a lot of the times those players screw themselves because in the first round or the first 2 rounds, they just show off all their crazy techniques. Like, oh, here's this crazy shenanigan, right? If you have a shenanigans are good to save for the end of a fight. Because if they've never seen it before, maybe you can get them with it, right? That's why a lot of Kami players don't do OD Hooligan until the very end of the fight, where it may or may not kill. But, you know, like, they'll save it for the end because they could have used it earlier and it probably would have worked, but why use it early to show them that you're capable of doing that when you're beating them without it. Why use it? And then in the last game, you're like, well, I need to win now. He's at 40%. He'll probably fall for this. Let's just do it. Boom, you win. That's it. That's the end, right? So there's no reason to use everything. And a lot of players in tournaments who are not at that pro level have that tendency to show everything they've got so that once they taught the opponent all the cool shit they do, and now the opponent knows how to beat them because they're just shenanigans and they're not even a real mix-up, what happens then is that they have nothing left. They have nothing left in the tank to beat the better player. So, tactics that one uses against an opponent are vulnerable to being downloaded by that opponent if your opponent is good. And I'll tell you this right now, too. I'll tell you this right now. So you will fight people early on when you get to diamond and stuff like this. You're going to fight people that don't adapt. You figure out your opponent and you start beating them up. And let's say you do get to diamond at this point because you're evaluating your opponents better than they're evaluating you, and you get to master. The first time that you run into somebody that's your skill level and you can literally feel you both going, but I know that you know that I know, so I'm gonna do this, but you know that I know, oh, you set me up with this and blah, 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 blah. Promise you, whether you win or lose, it is one of the most euphoric feelings ever. Very early on in Guilty Gear Strive, I went to a lobby, I was using Potemkin, and a maid challenged me, and we fought like 25 matches. And the entire time you could see like, oh, you are doing this, I adapted this way. And then that guy was like, oh, but I'm gonna adapt this way. And we were going back and forth and back and forth. And eventually he had to leave, and when he got off the cabinet, you know, we had the little lobby thing. We spent like 5 minutes having our avatars bow at each other because it was just so goddamn fun, right? I wasn't even, like, we were maybe going 50-50 or whatever, but that mental game, when you fight an opponent who is doing those things to you as you are doing to them, it is seriously the most enjoyable fighting game experience. That is the fighting game experience that you are looking for. If you're playing fighting games and you're thinking, I just want to win, or I care about my rank, etc., sure, that's cool, but honestly, the ultimate experience is fighting an equal level opponent. The best example of this being Latif versus Hotashi early on in Guilty Gear Strive, when Latif was like, no, I'm the best, and Hotashi was like, no, I'm the best. And before Evo, they met up and played that first to 13 or whatever it was. And neither of them ever got a 2-game lead. It was always 1-1. None of them ever got a 2-game lead. And it was sometime around 11 versus 11 or something like that. It wasn't even after the match. Like, these two had been talking shit to each other, like, online forever and everything. And they're sitting there playing this match. And I forgot, like, the round ended in a certain way, and just out of nowhere, both of them just put up their fists and they fist bumped each other in between rounds. Cause like they just both felt it, like, oh, like, that was good shit. And you know, you have these two guys who are trying to prove their region is better, whatever like that, but you gotta just think that being that close and just fighting someone at that level was just so much goddamn fun that they literally fist bump each other in the middle of a game. It wasn't even between games. It was round KO. They fist bumped and then they kept playing. It was such a cool moment. One of my favorite fighting game moments of the past few years, you know, honestly, because that to me is the embodiment of what fighting games are all about. When you find someone that you're fighting against and you guys are doing the mental mind games against each other and you can feel it, but you can outsmart them as much as they can outsmart you, that's the joy. That's the joy, right? That's what you're aiming for in fighting games. You're not aiming for, I get to beat up on everybody, because while there is value to that, that's not where the joy from fighting games comes from. The joy of fighting games really comes from adapting and seeing your adaptations work, having somebody adapt to you, but you can adapt to their adaptation, or you can anticipate their adaptation and then blow up their adaptation before they even, before they even showed you that they adapted, which is super fun to do as well. And it's entirely possible. You're like, well, how do you know when they adapt to you? A lot of times if you do a trick twice and it was kind of in scrambly situations, but then the third time you land it is in this clear, very obvious situation. Like sometimes I'm like, oh, that one was super obvious that it happened, even though it's the third time I've landed on him, this is the time he noticed, and he's gonna change now. The other one that someone did to me was they just noticed the change in my body language for my character. Not me, but the body language of the character. Instead of pressing a lot of buttons, I was now walking back and forth. I was clearly looking for something, and as soon as he realized that, he stopped doing the thing that I figured out how to counter, and I got really pissed. And I had a 30-minute walk back to my apartment from campus, and in the middle of that walk, I was like, God damn it, like, why? Like, I figured out how to counter it, but then he stopped doing that. Why would he stop doing it? And then I was like, he knew I knew. He knew I figured it out. Oh my God. And that was one of my biggest wall breaks, in terms of roadblock breaks in terms of growing in fighting games. That one moment I still remember very clearly. It was Alpha 2. I was using Birdie, he was using M. Bison. And I still remember what he was doing that was beating me up. And as soon as I figured out a way to counter it, he stopped doing it. But that's because he noticed my Birdie would start playing differently. And so he realized I changed what I was gonna do without me having to counter what he did. He didn't have to have me counter it. He could just tell right away. And these are all things that you're gonna figure out as you continue to play fighting games, as you continue to get better. It's that mental mind game that you have when you fight somebody else. That makes it enjoyable. Anyways, hello, Ani. How you doing? How you doing? Okay. Let's actually watch some Sea Viper stuff. Like I said I was going to. This will take a long time. We'll see if I can get to these topics over here at all, depending on how long I want to stream. The nice thing about this right now is that it's not nearly as hot up here as it was the past few months. I mean, it has literally been suffering up here, but it's much cooler now, so it's going to be a little bit easier. So, no, Ancient Blade, like, I love doing this. I love talking about this shit. I love helping players this way. And, oftentimes my editor will see this and be like, yep, separate video. So it works out. It works out. I'm very happy about Viper, but we'll see as we continue through this. I haven't seen the character guide, so we'll see how this looks, but it feels like they did what I wanted them to do. All right, so let's start this officially here. I'll do a title transition here. Even though the title transition is not used in the editing, but for my own OCD, it feels good. Hello, everybody. Welcome to It Was Tuesday with your host, James Chen, aka Jay Chenzor. Again, appreciate all you guys continuing to watch, subscribe, like, do all the stuff, support. Appreciate you guys very, very much. But we are here to talk about One Crimson Viper. Sea Viper is coming finally to Street Fighter 6. First time she's come back since Street Fighter 4, and we have all sorts of information about her trickling in from all sorts of different sources. And I'm just gonna say, for one, I am super, super excited and happy for what it seems like they are doing with this character. Obviously, we'll find out when the character actually comes out, but for this badass mom, she seems to be the execution crazy character that she was in Street Fighter 4. It might not be to the level of what she was in Street Fighter 4 because Street Fighter 4 was particularly difficult, but it does seem like they took Viper and put her in the Menat spot. Because in Street Fighter 5, everyone was like, there's not a lot of execution. There's not a lot of execution. And then in the middle of Season 3, Menat shows up, and she just has the most complex V-trigger, like, in pretty much still to this day, all of Street Fighter 5. Because you have the button release craziness that you could do and play Twister with your fingers. And all I thought to myself was, please, oh please adopt this same mentality and make Viper the technical monster that she's always been in the same Menat slot in Season 3, because that's where you did it last time. Please do it again. And it feels like that is what they did. And I'm super excited about that. I know I've had people before being like, wait, Viper's a mom? Yes, Viper is a mom. She is doing a lot of what she does for her daughter. She pretends to kind of be a bad guy, but she's kind of a good guy, sort of. But yes, she has a daughter named Lauren, who I'm sure nobody knows about. Otherwise, they could use her to target Viper, etc., all that stuff. So, but yes, let's actually, so, you know, you're going to have a lot. I mean, we see some people talking about the model, her model looking amazing. There's going to be people probably out there joking, like calling her mommy or whatever like that. But she's actually legit a mommy. So, you know, maybe that's what they're actually referring to. Anyways, we don't know her husband, actually. They've never said. They've never actually mentioned it. So I suspect that we might have to thank Momochi and his dream combos with Ed for clearing the path for C. Viper being in Street Fighter 6 by showing everyone that players are hungry for high execution fighters. I hope so. I mean, I'm sure they probably had no intention for that, but it worked out. But it feels like that this is kind of the roadmap that they have for these games here. So let's go over here. We're going to watch the first gameplay trailer. Normally I do a very detailed breakdown, slow motion, all this stuff on a second viewing. Not going to do that because her character video is already out. So we're just going to go straight. We're just going to watch this one time just so we can gush over how cool she is. Let's go. That was the wrong monitor. Here we go.
Workaholic Director of Siren Holdings Research and Development Department. Grace Hill is nothing but a cover story. Crimson Viper. My code name. Stay out of my business. Could you just like give up now?
Hang on a second. I'm going to go back because I was adjusting that and not watching. So let's do this. Okay, well, actually, since I'm doing this, let's talk about this a little bit. Because this is really just like chef's kiss to Capcom for this. So the start right here, this is an NPC that is actually in Siren's building in World Tour, a character named Grace. There was this character named Grace who's just sitting in the World Tour in that Siren building over there, named Grace, and so it actually turns out that was Viper all along. Like, she was there the entire time, apparently, is what they're saying. So they had this planned.
Public Director of Siren Holdings Research and Development Department. Grace Hill is nothing but a cover story. Crimson Viper. My code name. Stay out of my business. Could you just, like, give up now? I have other work to do. A B+ for effort. Let's rock.
Seriously, as soon as this classic costume showed up, all I thought to myself was, I know like 8 or 9 people in the FGC that probably wet themselves as soon as the classic Viper showed up like this, because it just flooded them with all of their wonderful memories of using this character, honestly. Jesus. Dude, she's so cool. Like, when this trailer hit, like, that was like, seriously, like, one of the most, like, universal effusive praise for this character. And I totally lied, because we need to go back and just watch this whole thing again, because I don't know if they'll show this in a lot of the other stuff, but some of the stuff that she's doing in this game is crazy. So, in case you don't know, what we learned about Viper through the blogs and all that stuff like that is that she can do all these cancels. Her high jump, her high jump always takes 1 block of her drive gauge. And when she does a lot of the feints and cancels, I think those also take 1 block of the drive gauge. We'll figure it out a little bit more, but a lot of the stuff that she's doing is particularly expensive. So though we get to see all the crazy stuff she does back to back, doesn't necessarily mean she is gonna be just doing this all day, except maybe after she activates level 1, we'll get in there, blah, 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 blah. But dude, like, there is so much sick stuff happening here. So we immediately just start with the feint. Her roundhouse is a cross up. And then we just get the counter hit here, the high jump cancel into the cross up right there. Air heavy punch is a knockdown. And I'm really glad that they've added a lot more jump attacks that are just knockdowns. I think that's really good. Like, I feel like that was something that was kind of missing all this time, honestly, having normals in the air that just put the opponent on the floor from jumping, because it's very useful for chase downs and stuff like that. So overhead into the throw, and that's not quite a 1-inch punch. That looked more like a 1-foot punch, because she definitely slides her hand forward. But I'm just gonna say this right now. Look, obviously, like, they made Viper look amazing, and by amazing, yeah, she's hot. Okay, like, let's just not mince words here. Okay, allow me one instance of kind of fawning over the fact you got, like, everybody who's watched the stream many times knows my type is kind of like the more mature, you know, the intelligent, like kind of like knows what they're doing, independent kind of thing. The fact that they actually made, and I love glasses, the fact that they actually made her way more like, yeah, okay, but I'm in charge. I am the one calling the shots, blah, blah, blah. Like just that confidence and all that. Dude, like, I don't even think it's the outfit. Like for me, it like the personality that they developed for her actually makes her like hotter for me, you know, like because I like that kind of personality. So so yeah, like Viper is like just amazing. And someone in the chat said most people would use their classic outfit. I liked the new outfit like a lot. So anyways, back to normal, respectable James here. Okay. God, she's hot. I'm sorry, but dude, medium thunder knuckle or no, that's the light thunder knuckle goes under projectiles, dude. Like, come on, that's crazy. But the posing is really good there, by the way. And so right there, so every single one of her special moves, or most of them, seem like that they have a built-in follow-up that you can trigger, but you see her glowing red there. Whenever the character glows red, that is an indication that she is spending one block for a special ability. So when you see her have that red trim, that means she is spending an extra block of drive gauge. So, I mean, I went under projectiles in Street Fighter 4 as well, but man, like, I just feel like in this game they would have taken that away because they try to make projectiles a little stronger in this game. So, but here we go, automatic follow-up. Actually, let me slow it down a little bit here, just so it's easier to catch the things that I want to show here. So that floors them right away and gives a really good Oki. You can see a little trap there, frame kill with the low jab into the burn kick. And then, yeah, it just gets the burn kick right there. Gets a burn kick, and there's that follow-up again. Let's see if I can actually get this. Yeah, see, right there. She gets the burn kick, and before she actually finishes, glowing red, you see the little sparkles around her boots over there. So she gets the follow-up into the punch. And again, great Oki. So you could always, it seems like you can spend this extra block for Oki. Now, a lot of characters in this game, you know, are very drive expensive. And Viper is going to be the most drive expensive character in the game. So I don't think she's going to be able to go ham with all this stuff. But again, we'll talk about that in a little bit more. Yeah, it's true. A little orangish. And then just a high jump, avoiding the anti-air. Once again, any character that can change the jump arc is going to be strong. So I know I've been wrong about this before, but I do think Viper is going to be strong. I do think Viper is going to be strong in this game because she has an ability to change her jump arc, which is just always really, really strong. So just doing the burn kick in the air, because she'll come down, stop, so your anti-air goes whoosh, and then she burn kicks you, right? So for characters like JP with amazing crouch heavy punches, you can jump, do a burn kick, he does heavy punch, it whiffs, and you fall on him. So having the ability to change your jump arc is always really powerful in Street Fighter-esque type of games. Obviously, in a game like Marvel, like, you kind of have to have it. But in Street Fighter games, being able to change your jump arc is really powerful. So again, you can jump, and here's your normal jump arc, wee, oops, wee, like this. But if you can go wee, burn kick, bam, like that, it's really strong. It's really strong. So, yeah, so what's her weakness exactly? No, I don't even think that's a question, Petty. I think her weakness is very obvious, in my opinion, and it's that she gonna burn herself out a lot. And so you have to take advantage of that. If she ever, just like if she goes for one of these crazy things and you block it all, don't let her off the hook. Chase her down and burn her out. Make sure she doesn't have the gauge to do a lot of this stuff. She's gonna be starved for drive gauge a lot, in my opinion, and that's gonna be very, very scary for her. Now, how good is her defense when she's burned out or when she wants the turtle? We'll see. That's one of the problems with Mai, is that when Mai is close to burnout, her defense is extremely strong because she can fireball uppercut people. If you asked me how I would nerf Mai, I would make her DP behave like Kimberly's DP, in that it is not air invul until the first active frame. So if she throws a fan and I jump over it, and at the last second you recover, if you DP, you get hit unless you spend the ODDP, which you don't want to do because you're playing defense because you're trying to build that drive gauge back. The problem is like, even if you jump over a fan, she can kick you a lot of times with a DP. And so it's actually hard to take advantage of when she's low on drive gauge. So I would lower her ability to stop the jump-ins that way. And that would actually be a pretty significant nerf overall. You'd still have to do more, but that's a great start, in my opinion. Anyways, I digress. Back to to Sea Viper. So there we go. Oh, double Seismo! Yeah, let's go. There's the follow-up off of that. And I don't know how many follow-ups she has. I guess we'll figure it out. Cross-up burn kick gets the hit. Then the feint, and then catches with the heavy Thunder Knuckle. And so they gave her a focus attack. So if you time it right against DIs, you can actually absorb the DI hit, and then the follow-up triggers automatically, which is 2 hits, so it will blow up the armor of that. Well, Asian Pikachu, because she actually is a mommy, so, you know, she actually is a mommy. So let's go. So she makes it over this, throws you out of this. This is the back throw. And then she, again, just electrocutes you and shoves you away. And I did see that Vicious, who was in Japan for the Tokyo Game Show, did say that it is confirmed that she has a throw loop. I don't know if it requires Drive Rush or if it's just a natural throw loop, but I don't remember him saying it cost any sort of resources. So I believe it is just a regular throw loop that she has. But here we go. Now, this is the interesting thing. Drive Rush, crouch, medium kick. But it doesn't seem like she can cancel her crouch, medium kick. It seems like they decided to make her a non-crouching, medium kick cancelable character. Which is very different than, you know, obviously, like I said, she seems strong and maybe, you know, could be, you know, like, oh my God, is she as strong as Mai? But Mai has like everything, right? And what's interesting is that the characters that they've come out with, Sagat, Elena, and now Viper, they all don't have cancelable crouching medium kicks. So it feels like Capcom is trying to create a little bit more variety. I don't know what this means for the future, if they're going to change things in Season 4. All of us were sure that they were going to do major changes in Season 3, and they didn't. But that's also because the game is wildly successful. They probably don't want to mess with the formula. But a lot of the things they're doing with these new characters, I mean, like, one of the complaints about Street Fighter 6 is that every character is crouching, medium kick, drive rush, cancel. This is not the case for the last 3 characters, and the last 3 characters have been super interesting. Again, I took Elena to Master. I got her to Master in like 2 days, and she was fun. I honestly really enjoyed using Elena. I really had a good time using that character. So, you know, I like what they've done with the recent characters, and I'm hoping Viper falls into that category here. Crouching medium kick? Probably not, because nobody has had a plus crouching medium kick except for Aki. Even though it's not cancelable, Aki's the only one they gave it to, which actually pisses me off because, you know, Kimberly's is the shortest range crouching medium kick in the game. Like, literally, objectively speaking. This is not me, you know, downplaying the cat. She literally has the shortest crouching medium kick in the game, most likely because it was plus on block. And then they just gave it to Aki. And Aki's crouching medium kick, massive range. Massive range. So, what the hell, Capcom? Anyways. So, crouching heavy punch. Seismo into the burn kick. So here, so like we get the punch here and into the seismo. And what you're seeing here right now is far more complicated than it looks. So what we did have confirmed, I believe, at one point, and it was clear this is what she was doing anyway, you can cancel things into high jump. A lot of things can be canceled into high jump. And I'm pretty sure that's what is happening here, is that's why she's glowing red, because she's canceling seismo into the high jump. But because the high jump has pre-jump frames on the ground, you can cancel those pre-jump frames into a special move. Now, clearly that's not what happened here. I thought she did that, but you can actually see she's gotten off the floor. So she's actually high jump canceling into the burn kick. But yes, that sequence then will cost her 1 block of drive gauge to do that. And then goes into her level 1, and really neat After Effects, like the after images. Has anybody else done this? Has anybody else had this kind of effect before? I actually don't know. I don't remember, but it's a really cool looking effect. Like, it's just really sick looking. Oh, God. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, so anyways, here's the second half, and now we see the classic Viper outfit here. And here, yeah, seismo, high jump cancel. You saw her glow red again. Uses the OD, so that sequence right there took 3 blocks already. And then the shimmy, heavy kick. Yeah, this is where things are starting to get crazy over here. So she gets... pow, like this, and then she's high jump canceling into the grounded thunder knuckle. So, oh wait, oh God, this is so crazy here. So I don't think this is grounded thunder knuckle. This might be the new special move that she has. Anyway, she's ground canceling into either thunder knuckle or the new move that she has where she just, no, I'm thinking of Omega Viper or something. Anyways, she's canceling, I think, into the, let's just say thunder knuckle, and then feint canceling it, basically canceling it, and then dashing forward. So for the cost of 1 bar, she can, all normal attacks except for sweep can be canceled into the high jump. So high jump cancel into pre-jump frame, cancel into a special move, into the cancel by hitting the kick button, and then she's on the ground and she dashes. So again, you're gonna have to do heavy kick down, and then like tiger knee, the special move, so you basically do heavy kick, tiger knee, the special move, because that will trigger the high jump, but then you press the button afterwards and the tiger knee input will override the pre-jump frames into the special move, but then you gotta hold that button, hit kick to feint cancel it, and then dash forward to continue your combo. Yeah, that focus shield thingy, that's right, yeah. In this game, that's what the new move is. So it could be either one of those, I don't know. But yeah, so obviously off of the punish counter heavy kick, pow, she can do that, dash, and still get a combo. Now, obviously, this is punish counter, so you see he's reeling long. I don't know if anything else is gonna give her this kind of combo, but standing heavy punch OD here, and into burn kick, into thunder knuckle, into the follow-up there. Now, I want you guys to notice something about this sequence here, okay? Let's take a look at this. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Punish counter, so she's probably got a lot of gauge back from landing the punish counter. So maybe she's at four blocks at this point. But then, spent 1 there, back to 3 blocks, dash forward, punch into OD, down to 1 block, and then follow up off of this. Boom, another block. This is a crazy looking sequence, but Viper is at pixels of drive gauge here, is my suspicion. So that whole sequence right there, she is at pixels of drive gauge. She might like have half a block right now. So again, I don't think she's gonna be too strong. You see her doing all this stuff, but when you carefully look at it, that is a goddamn lot of drive gauge that she spent there. So she could only do it when 1, she's at full gauge, and 2, she'd better hope she doesn't die here for spending all that drive gauge. So it looks cool, clearly, but it's still a big risk for her. So heavy, whoa, why did that knock down? Does she just have a jumping medium punch that knocks down? Yeah, I don't think that's a counter hit or anything. So she just might have a jumping punch, medium punch. In fact, I remember reading about this. Her jumping medium punch is just cancelable and knocks down. So she goes into the burn kick here, lands in time to, oh, she just does a high jump. So again, spends 1 block here for the high jump. So, ha, right there. And, oh, he jumps away and heavy kick floors the opponent into a ground bounce, like a lot of these moves have now. Capcom has added a lot of these moves in this game that have this, if it hits them out of the air, they bounce and you get a juggle. And so again, what you see here is 1 block, boom, 2 blocks, for the jump cancel into the light thunder knuckle, and then 3 blocks for the follow-up here. So again, to do that sequence, she just spent half of her drive gauge, right? And so if she's only at 4 bars, like Viper's not gonna do that because it's too scary. You're gonna lose a lot of drive gauge, right? So she can do all this cool stuff, but again, it's gonna be expensive. So here we go, her standing medium kick, I assume, into the high jump cancel into thunder knuckle here. Oh, OD thunder knuckle here. Oh, this is the OD focus attack. Absorbs the hit and pow pow like so. And then she gets a follow-up. That's crazy. Another high jump cancel. This is 4 bars already, 4 blocks. Cancel into that same special move. So yeah, we can confirm that she was doing, that's the startup feint that we saw before. So yeah, it was the focus attack. Cancel, oh no, she just lets it rock and gets the hit there. And so yeah, that was 4 bars for that, but this one's crazy. So crouching heavy punch, crouching heavy punch, but because crouching heavy punch is just cancelable normally, she doesn't have to spend a block. She's just canceling crouching heavy punch on a punish counter into heavy thunder knuckle feint, and then another crouching heavy punch into drive rush cancel. So now she spent 3 blocks, heavy punch, pow, jump cancel, 4 blocks, into a feint again. So pow, drive the 3 blocks, pow, heavy punch into high jump cancel, feint into another crouching heavy punch, into seismo, into high jump, 5 blocks, burn kick, into an OD burn kick right there. Now, that's crazy. Like, she just spent 7 blocks. And she might be gaining a lot back because she's doing a lot of damage here. But like, that's crazy. So let me make sure I have that right here. So crouching heavy punch, feint cancel, crouching heavy punch, drive rush, 3 bars. Pow, jump cancel, 4. Pow, pow, jump cancel, that's 5. burn kick into OD burn kick. So that's 7. So yeah, again, she's probably at pixels of drive gauge. Again, pixels. But you are right, Richard. Swag, for sure. The cool thing about it is that when the enemy is low on life, that's just gonna be great. Like you can go ham if you know a combo into a level 3 and just murder them in pure style, and that'll be great. And there's one more factor that we're not taking into account. We will get there. Thank you for the follow, Zony Mash. Appreciate you very, very much. And so here we go. Cancels into the level 2 here. And the level 2, oh, she's actually canceling the landing frames, it looks like, of the burn kick. Interesting. But this is basically her Ultra 2 in Street Fighter 4 reversed. If I'm not mistaken, in Street Fighter 4, she surfed on your face and then launched you up into the sky. In this one, she launches you up into the sky and then surfs on your face. There you go. And here we go. Drive counter here. Drive impact counter. Pow! That's interesting. I didn't know if you could drive impact, you could counter a drive impact. I mean, I've never done that in my gameplay. That's really interesting. I never knew this mechanic existed. Seriously, I played some matches last night off stream. I did not counter a single drive impact. And the entire time I was playing, I was like, this guy's gonna drive impact. Oh, cool. And I died. I hate it so much. I hate it so much. Anyways. Boom. Punish counter here. Crouching heavy punch. And in case you couldn't tell, that was definite sarcasm right there. Okay, boom. High jump cancel. Into drive rush. So crouching heavy punch. So now she's actually locked her out for 5 seconds from gaining meter for a while. Gaining passive meter. So again, this is pow, high jump cancel drive. So that's 2 bars. Crouching heavy punch, 3-4 bars into the OD thunder knuckle into the level 3. Blap. And poof, like that. And a lot of people say she gets punched here, but if I'm not mistaken, I guess she does actually. I thought she blocked this one with her hand. In the critical art, it actually looks more like she gets hit. But here it looks like she actually kind of Tai Chi's it, right? So you punch her face, but instead of getting hit by it, she kind of takes that motion. She takes you hitting her face and, uses their momentum against them. That's the nature of Tai Chi. Spoiler, if you watch Shaolin Soccer, that becomes very, very useful in Shaolin Soccer, is the concept of Tai Chi, taking energy and throwing it back at the enemy. That's kind of the philosophy of Tai Chi. So she does a very Tai Chi thing here and makes it so that Guile is now off balance so she can grab his neck. And Guile is just like, and this is the moment that he knew he fucked up. Rockets him into the sky. The lore behind that, I don't know. I don't know if Vipers learn Tai Chi or what, but like she's definitely using that philosophy right there. And then punches you back down to the ground and slams you into the ground. And in her CA, if you see it, she electrifies you in the sky, then uses her rocket boots to go back to the ground so she can turn her back on you and glance over her shoulder when you hit the ground. Like, you're doing that just to be badass. Like, there's, like you could have just let them fall and watch them, but she rockets back down. She uses the fuel in her boots just so she can land and like do the glasses thing, the anime glasses thing, to watch you hit the ground just so she can. Just so she can. Oh, man. And blowing the steam off of her knuckle is so sick. and then turns on her shades again, which is a really cool touch that she could just make her shades come on or off. It's like a rear view mirror on cars, you know. And then again, once again, you can see this. That again in that picture is the model for Grace in Siren Tower. So again, she was there the entire time. Grace was actually there the entire time, which is such a cool, like, sick little thing that they did right there. So she just burns it up because she's like, I don't need to be Grace anymore because I am Crimson Viper, damn it. And so, yeah, they made a Viper using the create a character and hid her in Siren as Grace. And then revealing that it was Viper all along. It was Viper all along. Dun, 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 dun. So that's Viper, and I'm just gonna go through the blog real quick. I've already talked about a lot of this stuff over here. Again, lots of really, really sick details on this image over here. So on her compact over here, if you look at this carefully, whoops, I zoomed it in again. Let's actually unzoom it here. Yeah, on the compact, this is clearly a date, and this is the date that Street Fighter 4 was originally released in the arcades. So Street Fighter 4 did not debut on the consoles. It debuted on the consoles in 2009, which is why we call them 09ers, but it was out in the arcades first in 2008. And that is where most people started getting the play on it, and originally only had the 16 characters, right? Had the original 8, it had the 4 bosses, and then the 4 new characters, Fuerte, Rufus, Viper, and Abel. That was it. Just those 16 characters. And the home version came out. That's when Fei Long and Sakura and Dan and et cetera, all got added to that. Actually, was there more than that? Because no, Cammy was unlocked on console. That's right. Yeah, but that is the date. July 18th, 2008 is when the game it came out. And then another really cool detail here. Again, I mean, lipstick, compact, like she is just like badass incarnate. By the way, I love this logo. Like, this logo is so sick. But she's just like super badass. You can see her boots. It's got the rocket. You know, that's where the flames come out over there. She's got all the stuff. Like, she's just all business. She's crazy and like she's like super badass, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And then the one sign of her true humanity is she has this bracelet here, which is the most out of character thing about all the stuff that we see in Viper here. But again, revealing the truth that she's doing all of this for her daughter, Lauren. So Lauren clearly made a little chain here with the sunflower, and like, it's just like completely random beads, like in whatever order or whatever like that, but it has the love written here. And you know, the phone case doesn't even have a good place to loop it, so she puts it through the camera hole like this. I love this detail. I love this detail. I think it's just so cool that you can see how she loops it through the camera hole, you know, with the standard loop. And the sunflower is not even attached to that. She's hooked the sunflower, which is a separate thing, onto the band for the bracelet over here. And I swear to God, like, this phone case looks like something that you buy from one of those weird, random, fake-ass companies from Amazon. Like, this is a Let's Capo iPhone cover, right? And you're like, what? I've never heard of Let's Capo before, but yeah. Again, love that. And again, it's just like the personalities, what they're doing to develop the personalities is so good. You know, I'm so glad that in this game they have worked so hard to really emphasize personalities and the stories and stuff like that of the characters. Again, I very rarely beat video games these days, even in fighting games. I don't remember exactly where this shows up or why this shows up or which game it shows up, but it's definitely one of the Street Fighter 4 endings. And so here we go. So it says SSF4, so maybe in Super Street Fighter 4 they added this. This was the ending they added for Viper here. Oh shoot, it's running. No wonder it sounded so weird. I'm still playing at half speed, sorry. I was like, why does this sound so weird? This shouldn't sound this way. Okay, okay.
Well, what do we have here? Looks like a baby. But I've never seen a baby this big before.
Mommy, I love you.
I love you too, Lauren.
So that was an ending that she had in one of the games. So yeah, that was how we knew she had that's how we learned she had a daughter. So if you were really into the lore and stuff like that, you knew she had a daughter this whole entire time. But yeah, I mean, that's there. And I mean, she should have at least changed her outfit, because I do feel like she's kind of trying to do this all incognito. Like maybe nobody knows that she has a daughter. I mean, you know, in the storyline, she sounds like it looks like a bad guy, but she's actually working for the CIA, and she's kind of doing double agent stuff, you know, and maybe we'll get to see a lot more of that story. So it'll be really cool. But yeah, she's had a daughter this whole time. In which, maybe that means it's kind of appropriate that today is also Vanessa's birthday, because they both kind of do the same thing, right? They have that white kind of like outfit with the tie, right? And they're both moms, right? So Vanessa and Viper both are moms. So the fact that I'm going over this on Vanessa's birthday makes sense. Two of the rare fighting game characters that are actually known to be mothers already. So, you know, Choni Ranchito? It's a good point. It's a good point. Anyways, so let's go over this blog here again. Let's go back to the blog. So again, you know, they talk about a lot of what she does here. So electricity, yeah. When Steve Viper uses Thunder Dash, so I guess this is what they call the Thunder Knuckle now. It's just called the Thunder Dash. The heavy version is good anti-air, of course. Also, the Thunder Dash can be transitioned into Tracer Combination, a follow-up dash attack. But this special move will use up 1 bar of her drive gauge. Yeah, they talk about that over here. These gadgets offer her a command of 3 elements and serves as a source of her flashy technical requirements. As it indicates, Sea Viper will also utilize the drive gauge in ways that no other subject has before. And I like this. I'm glad they're playing with the drive gauge more. And honestly, like, this could be a way that they could, like, I've suggested in the past that Jamie can keep his drink levels between rounds if he sacrifices health. So if you get to a level 4, the highest you can save is a level 3, and you just do that by holding a heavy punch or a heavy kick button. Obviously, you know, mediums for level 2 and, you know, lights for level 1. And if you save a level 1, you lose like 5% health. If you save a level 2, you save 15, you lose 15% health, whatever, right? Like, you would have to test it out and balance it. some people have suggested that instead of losing drive health, you start with less drive gauge. So like if you keep level 3, you just start with 50% of your drive gauge full, which makes it so that you really have to be defensive early on. But I mean, who knows? Maybe you could even make it so that you just lose a block, right? So like if you save a level 2, you lose a block and you're at 5 blocks max. And if you save the level 3, you lose 2 blocks and you're at 4 blocks max, right? Like maybe you just think I need to have the buffness of my, I mean, obviously you're gonna burn out a lot and stuff, but again, you'd have to test the balance and stuff like that. There's definitely a lot of really interesting things they could do if they play with the drive gauge more. I suggested the health because that's what Huang did in Soul Calibur. And I always thought that was really fascinating, but you can definitely target the drive gauge in this game as well because the drive gauge is such an important resource. Here's the burn kick. They called burning kick. Yeah, they're all safe on block. Follow up burning kick with knuckled pursuit, a forward dash, which provides additional hit if it lands. I guess you can't do it. Oh, you can't do it on whiff, but on block and hit, she can do both of it. So if Viper is extra hot, she can follow up burning kick with double burn, a flaming kick with both legs that is plus on block. Both knuckled pursuit and double burn use up 1 bar of drive gauge. That's crazy. So if they get hit, you can follow it up with knuckled pursuit and get good Oki. But if they block, you can follow up with double burn and be plus. Now, I don't think you're gonna be able to confirm it, but obviously if you're in the middle of a combo, yeah, it's just gonna work. But if you do raw burn kick and they get hit and you thought they were gonna block and you come down with double burn, does it still kick them? Does it still hit? I don't know, we'll see. Any case, yeah, cross-up monster, but don't forget, drive parry exists in this game. Sea Viper can use burning kick in the air to really keep her opponents guessing. The light version drops straight down, while the medium and heavy version maintain her jump momentum, etc., for nasty cross-ups or ambushes from afar. Seismic shocks, the seismic hammer, which is why we just called it Seismo. Although I think it was called Seismo originally. Sea Viper uses gadgets, shockwave on the ground, button press determines the distance. She can also perform a feint with this attack to keep opponents on their toes. Viper feels threatened. She can use a brand new move called Focus Force. So they gave her focus attack, where she puts a protective barrier in front of her before releasing a kick. The barrier can absorb attacks. Blah, 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 is inspired by a phenomenon called the focus attack in Street Fighter 4. Can break through a drive impact when timed correctly. Viper also has high jump, which is performed by pressing up right after pressing down. It's to be performed in neutral after all normal attacks or after seismic hammer. Oh, it's only seismic hammer that she can do it. Okay, high jump costs 1 bar of drive gauge, and we'll see all the craziness. And then she's got the 3 supers, and this is where things go crazy. So they were like, yeah, Viper can do all this shit, but like, it sucks because, yeah, every time you do all this stuff, you use all your drive gauge. And so, like, nobody's actually ever gonna do it in a match because it's too risky to spend all this drive gauge. How can we fix that? I got an idea. Her level 1 actually is an install super, so that when she's installed, she no longer uses up drive gauge when performing a high jump or the special moves follow-ups for increased pressure. So she can do this for free after the level 1 for a while. And if you're burned out when you activate this, it works even in burnout, with the caveat being that the rest of the install gauge will deplete if 1 high jump or special follow-up move is used. So you can activate it while you're burned out, but as soon as you do the first one, boom, install is gone. You can only do it once. So that's the trade-off for her. Mission complete is the level 2, and then the level 3, Hard Luck Rejector. Where do they come up with these names? And then, of course, the classic outfit 2. So yeah, let's see all this stuff in action, shall we? Here we go. This is Viper's character guide. Here we go. It locks, it might not lock her super meter out. I guess it would. Yeah, it would have to. It would have to lock the super meter out for sure, because if it locked the drive gauge out, that wouldn't make sense, because that also would affect drive rushes and drive impacts and DRCs, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, most likely blocks out the super gauge. But let's take a look at this. Viper. Oh, it's a Japanese. Sea Viper is a character that confuses opponents with crafty mobility and overwhelms them with an offense that incorporates her high jump. The array of devices she has at her disposal lets her attack from a distance and close gaps quickly with moving attacks. These mark her as a character with deadly offense. Like, the fact that Burn Kick is safe on block, like, I'm not sure what they're doing, but we'll see. We'll see how this goes. So, because that sounds hella scary. Like, that's like, you know what? Let's just try it. Oh, it hit? Like, time to party. She is able to dictate the pace of the fight by incorporating feints and high jumps into her offense. And you can see right there, she does crouching heavy punch into focus attack break. I swear that looks like the focus attack break, right? Did they say focus attack can be broke? But anyways, we'll see. And then she just does walk up throw. Yeah, they want to see Viper players do Viper things. Thank you. I'm so glad they're gonna let Viper do Viper things. Like I said, they put Manat in Season 3 of Street Fighter V, and here comes Viper in Season 3 of Street Fighter 6. Thank you, because this is so much of her personality. Now, we'll talk about Sagat a little bit later, because a lot of the Sagat fans are like, so we'll talk about that in a little bit, so. Thunder Dash. Deliver an electric shock to an opponent using a special gadget hidden in her gloves. The strength of that input will determine the angle and distance traveled. The light and medium versions will thrust forward while attacking. This makes them good for controlling space and for combos. The heavy version jumps into the air while attacking, making it your go-to anti-air attack. Whee! Seems like it has good air invulnerability. It comes out quick as a wink and can combo from light attacks. Oh, that's right. Oh, this is actually her talking now. That's right. It comes out quick as a wink and can combo from light attacks, but can be countered if blocked. Careful use is recommended. Oh, is Idom excited for this character? Because this character definitely has both of the requirements for an Idom character. So there's just the heavy one again. And on block, you die. Okay, so I think they're just talking about the heavy one right there. Every version can transition into tracer combination. It will use a stock of drive gauge, but you'll be rewarded with more damage. Use it when you know you'll hit. Pow. Definitely gonna be very punishable on block. Oh, they're different too. So off of the light one, she gets this hit right there into this follow-up. And they haven't shown anyone back roll off of them, so I don't know if they're hard knockdowns or not, but we'll see. Yeah, it looks like she gets good Oki off of these, which is the scary part on them, honestly. Yeah, like she can definitely drive rush in or dash or something like that and keep the pressure going. A cute little trick is to perform a feint just as the move is being performed. Mix in real attacks with feint to keep your targets on their toes. And again, before in Street Fighter 4, you did the feint cancels by hitting the button to activate into the other two punches. So you had to do like heavy punch and then follow up immediate with light punch and medium punch. I believe in this game you just have to hit kick. So the feints are gonna be a lot easier to do and mess you up a lot less. I don't know if this is like, I don't know if this is public knowledge. I don't know if I'm breaking NDA or anything, but so don't tell anybody else I said this, but so what I heard from Seth Killian himself was that the Seismo feint with the 2 punch buttons was a glitch. It was a bug. And when Seth saw it, he was like, leave it in. Leave it in. People will like this. Leave it in. And so thanks to Seth, we have the Seismo feints. Anyways, Overdrive covers more ground than the light and medium versions, making it easier to use. Oh, and it hits twice. It travels further than the medium version with less risk on top of additional damage. So she says less risk, so I'm assuming the medium and the light ones are probably punishable on block. And the OD one is gonna be safe on block. Consult with your drive gauge handler on how to use it effectively. Yep, see, there you go, block that in time. Burning kick. Scorch the opponent with a flaming kick using a special gadget. Oh, this is actually the narrator. Scorch the opponent with a flaming kick using a special gadget hidden in Sea Viper's shoes. Useful for controlling space, surprising your opponent, or for use in combos. The light, medium, and heavy versions all travel varying distances. Ascertain the distance between you and an opponent before performing this move. You won't be counterattacked even if it's blocked, so use it in conjunction with regular moves to hit with just the tip of the attack. So obviously if she doesn't space it well, she'll be right next to you, she'll be minus, and you could take advantage of that. But it not being punishable, I mean, is kind of crazy. Now, what I'm thinking here, like, look at the recovery on this, right? So let's take a look at this, right? So bop, bom, bom, bom. So maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Okay, so about like, there's about like 22, I would say, recovery frames on this. So I think the reason that this is gonna be safe on block is this is not a true block string. I think you can drive impact this. So if you see her cancel into burn kick and you drive impact, you might just be able to absorb it and kill her. I don't know if that's a true block string. If it is, cool. But obviously if she does the burn kick raw, you might be able to do that because again, if we look at the startup of this, so let's take a look at the startup of this here. Boom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So it's clearly not a true block string off of crouching medium punch. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 26. So it's about 25 frames of startup here. And if we look at my phone over here, we're gonna take a look at a couple of things over here and do a little comparison here. So let's take a look at Marisa. Her Superman punch, the LP Phalanx, is a 25 frame startup and can be reacted to by drive impacts. Sagat's Tiger Knees, the light kick Tiger Knee Crush, is only 14 frames of startup, but it has 11 active frames. So usually when he's trying to do it at the ranges to make it safe, it will be a little bit longer startup, but also still reactable by drive impacts if you're really paying attention. Ryu's donkey kicks are startup of Jodan Shoguto Geri or high blade kick. Where is a high blade kick? Startup of 14, 18, and 27 frames. And you can kind of react to it, at least the medium one, especially if they're trying to do it at distances that make it safe on block. So I think this is why the burn kick is safe on block, because I think you're not going to just be able to use it as a get-in free attack, because if you try, you're going to be susceptible to drive impacts. So I don't think like it being safe on block makes it as broken as it sounds right now. When the attack hits, use a stock of drive gauge to follow it up with knuckled pursuit or double burn. God, that's crazy. So on hit, so again, let me see. So on hit, yeah, there's the follow-up. Knocks it down, and again, I don't know if this is a hard knockdown or if you can back roll on this. But this, they said, was plus on block, right? So you can do that and get in for an extra meter. So again, if you spend 1 meter, you get in for free on block, which is terrifying, again, if you don't react to it with a drive impact. If the attack hits, Knuckled Pursuit will combo naturally, making it a fitting end. There's Burn Kick right there, pow. Okay. I think they showed Ed back roll off of a Burn Kick follow-up punch. Okay, cool. If the attack is blocked, follow up with the double burn so that you can move first and continue on the offense. Yeah, on hit it looks like, let's see, that's weird. So you can get hit right there. And honestly, you might even be able to drive impact in between that. Because if she can get hit in between that, she recovers in there. So you have enough time to throw out a drive impact in here. If she can get kicked. So depending on how much recovery that move has, you might be able to drive impact in the middle of that. However, that might be a true block string because that looks hella fast, but you're minus. So this is what the mix-up is going to be, right? Like, if she gets in with the burn kick, if you didn't drive impact it on the first place, if she wants her plus frames, it looks like you might be able to get your drive impact out. And if not the drive impact, a lot of characters have air invul moves. And so even though like Ryu and Sagat, you know, they don't have to spend the OD gauge. They can just do their DPs that are invul to airborne attacks in between these. Because like I said, if Chun-Li can get hit, there's a gap in there, right? So again, we'll see that over here. So if she can get hit, unless she crouched, and this counts as a jumping attack, that's the only other thing I can think of, is that she crouched and got hit here. But if it is getting hit because there is a gap in there, that means you can DP it. And so in order for Viper to really do this, she's gonna have to need characters that don't have those DPs or just catch them off guard. Or, you know, do the punch follow-up enough that you just forget that she has that option, or just does burn kick, because burn kick is safe. So you just do burn kick into no follow-up, and the opponent is trying to take their turn after that follow-up, right? And so what it'll probably be, I'm telling you this right now, okay? I'm telling you this right now, this is how it's gonna work. It's gonna be just like Kimberly's forward heavy kick. If you autopilot a DP afterwards to blow up the double burn, if she does burn kick into nothing, she will land, be safe on block, and this is probably why it's safe on block, and she will block your DP and get to punish you. What I'm guessing is it's probably impossible to react to either burn kick nothing or burn kick double burn. So if you do burn kick nothing, you lose your turn, but then you can try to sneak in the double burn to be plus. If they DP your double burn, if you do burn kick into nothing, they will DP and you get a big ol' punish. I'm almost guaranteeing that's how it's going to work. Because again, they're starting to figure this game out. Like Sagat's, you know, we called it the Timu Jinrai kicks, but we didn't realize that Sagat's Tiger Nexus is actually the real product, and Ken's Jinrai has been the Timu Jinrai, has been the Timu Sagat Tiger Nexus this entire time. Because they understand how the game works a little bit more, and they understand how to build the mix-ups better. So this is my assumption on how the burning kick is going to work here. The burning kick double burn. Because if the double burn was always DPable in between, then what's the point, right? What's the point? So with just like Kimberly's forward heavy kick, you can forward heavy kick, and then you can perfect parry jab counters, 4-frame jab counters. But if you're fighting Kimberly, you can't autopilot the jab to hit her out of the air and see when she actually does the forward heavy kick and doesn't do a follow-up. If I'm not mistaken, you kind of have to autopilot the light punch. And if the Kimberly has good enough timing, they can perfect parry your jab. And that's the mix-up right there, so. Oh, she actually low blocked it. They actually just showed you that this is not a jump attack. So they just actually confirmed for us that there's a gap in between, because she just low blocked it right here. But Viper gets the plus frames. Again, not gonna be as scary as we think until the Viper can get you into that mix-up. This is not a free entry. We don't know how much gap there is, so does this just mean, sorry characters with no anti-air, you're assed out, right? Like, I don't know, we'll find out soon enough, right? So, like Kimberly, like I said, her Tatsu doesn't become air invul until at best the 6th frame. So if the gap in between the burn kick and the double burn is smaller than 6 frames, Kimberly cannot use her regular Tatsu to beat it. She would have to OD Tatsu it, right? So, you know, and then there's characters like Manon who have no anti-air special. So she's just gonna have to hold that, which kind of sucks. So I don't know about the burn kick in the air, Strider Zero. We'll find out. Overdrive version. Leap forward while hitting multiple times. It comes out faster and has more range, giving it better combo potential. Ooh, that is far. That knee hits far. That is way farther than I thought it was gonna hit. Pow. Interesting. Can she follow up off this? So I don't know how much of this animation is flourish here and how much of it is not. So it's really hard to tell. Aerial burning kick. A burning kick performed in the air, useful for using the momentum of your jump to launch an offensive. The light version drops you straight down. And like I said, this is important. The fact that the light kick drops you straight down is going to be just like Street Fighter 4. Because she drops straight down, look how low she gets with the burn. Whoops. Whoa, I actually went back exactly the right amount of times. So because she drops down, that will hit a lot of anti-air normals that come from crouching. So like I said, she can delay herself in the air, make JP's crouching heavy punch miss, and then the burn kick will drop far enough to actually hit JP. So it's going to be risky trying to anti-air her with your normals. While the medium and heavy versions maintain your jump momentum, use this knowledge to truly screw around with your opponent's radar. So yeah, Tiger kneeing this move is gonna be crazy because I think she gets to go really fast and far with the Tiger knee. Performing the heavy version immediately after a high jump can be potent. Well, thank you, Viper. See, I was asking her if that was the case. Viper heard me and clearly was like, okay, I'll talk about that. Ambush opponents from afar or unleash it at close range and attack them from behind. Yeah, that is crazy looking. But again, will most likely be drive impactable if you are anticipating it. But that's pretty fast. If you're not ready for that, yeah, that's gonna be hard. And a lot of people have asked this question here because the motion for burn kick has been changed from quarter circle back to quarter circle forward. This change will fuck with a lot of longtime Viper users. However, I think the reason why they changed it was for this. I think that this is why they did it, so it's easier to burn kick. You can Tiger knee burn kick easier. Having said that, you can clearly do it without having to Tiger knee it. That's what Tiger knee cannon strike was, which is quarter circle back up forward button. So you could have been able to do that, but I don't think Capcom, I think their logic was we don't want to force players into that weird motion. So we're just going to switch burn kick to quarter circle forward so you can Tiger knee burn kick significantly easier. Aki's heavy punch thing will blow that up really easily, but because the burn kick drops straight down and Aki's anti-air has to be done early and it hits straight up, you will be able to jump at Aki and do a quick light burn kick and end it early, and then Aki's up whip will probably miss. So that will work in that situation. Viper can probably jump, and the timing at which Aki needs to do the heavy up whip to anti-air you, because it's not invincible, right? Like, it just hits you first if you anticipate it, and she goes low enough that it's hard to hit her. You do have to do it a little bit early. So the timing in which you probably need to do the heavy one to stop Viper in her jump, if she jumps and then just does a light burn kick at that timing, you'll probably do the heavy serpent lash, it'll whiff, Viper will drop straight down and get a punish counter on you, most likely. So it's still going to be risky in that situation. God, that's fast! But again, so was Sagat's Tiger Knee, and I at first fought the Tiger Knee and didn't realize how vulnerable it was to drive impact. So when the Sagats that were fighting me early on were like, wait, this guy doesn't know you can drive impact the knee. They just kneed at me all day and I died. And then as soon as I learned it, I was like, oh, because like I was trying to find the counter. I was like, can I jab it? Can I light tatsu it? Blah, blah, blah. I can like try to time this button. And then and I was like, wait, can I burn kick? Can I drive impact? And yeah, as long as the knee is like mostly on its way up, you can drive impact it and he will die. It's only if you wait until a little afterwards. Like when Sagat starts hitting kind of like on the downward arc, if you drive impact there, it's too late. He can drive impact you back. But as long as it's on the way up, you can drive impact it. And I was like, oh! And then I fought the Sagats online, and I drive impact through one of them, and they're like, oh crap, he knows. He knows. So yeah, I think it's gonna be the same thing with Burn Kick here. I think this is gonna be a very drive impactable move. So you have to sneak it in when the mental stack of the opponent is high. If you're just across the screen and like, I'm going to Tiger Knee Burn Kick to get in for free every single time, you're gonna fight someone who's just going to drive impact you and you will die. So I don't think it's as broken as it seems right now. I think that the drive impact is gonna temper it very, very much. Ugh. But cross-up is still a cross-up, man. Overdrive. It descends with the same trajectory as the heavy version, but with more damage output. Use it when you need to squeeze out every last drop of damage. Oh yeah, there it is. The high jump cancel and the jump medium punch into OD Burn Kick. Seismic Hammer. Oh, interesting. So the air burn kick, they didn't mention anything about the follow-ups. Does that mean the air burn kicks don't have the follow-ups? That might actually be the case. It might actually be the case. Blaze Eye 12 asks in the chat, how do you get good at this game? What should I practice? Blaze Eye, I am very good at answering these kind of questions, but it will take me a while. If you are willing to chill here for a little bit, I will talk about that a little bit after I finish going over this video. If you're willing to stick around, you can take word from everybody else in the chat. Like, I am legit good at teaching people how to get past the beginner blocks. So I can definitely help you if you're willing to wait for this so that I can finish this little discussion here. So. But if you don't have time, no problem, totally understand. Find me, follow me, and find me later on when I'm back on streaming again. Send shockwaves through the ground using a gadget hidden in Sea Viper's gloves. Useful for controlling space and in combos. It can also be canceled using a high jump. Yeah, no problem, Hard Guanaco as well, saying I think that they would be interested in that as well. Clench those cheeks, bad guys. What the You know, I do not picture Viper saying that. Clench those cheeks, bad guys, because this baby can send shockwaves from a distance. The attack point is determined by whether you use light, medium, or heavy. Either aim for the opponent directly or when predicting their next move. And heavy. So heavy, I don't think is gonna hit full screen. It doesn't look like it hits full screen. I think well, actually, hang on a second. She is not moving the screen at all. Like, Chun-Li doesn't go backwards at all. So this looks like it hits full screen. This might actually hit full screen, which is scary. Yep, there it is. I knew you were going to dash. It's basically JP's Triglav, you know, same kind of mentality. You can also cancel the attack by performing a feint. If you anticipate them jumping to avoid the hammer, feint and attack to nail them to the ground. There you go. Oh, thank you, Anthony Authentic. Appreciate it. Attack comes out faster on the overdrive version, making it good for surprise attacks and comboing from medium attacks. Okay. Oh, I wonder if regular Seismo doesn't combo off of the medium versions then. Interesting. I think that's how it was in Street Fighter 4 as well. But yeah, you can see here, this just comboing here. And then the OD version, high jump cancel into burn kick, into heavy thunder knuckle, into follow up. Woo! God, this character's going crazy here. Yeah, I mean, hard Guanaco, obviously, clearly, like, it sucks because I am in a position where, you know, I can't really be overtly negative, but I do think they could have handled this situation considerably better. I do think they could have handled the situation considerably better. I was going to talk about it a little bit later on, so we'll get in there. So keep in mind, hard Guanaco, the reason why Viper is not going to be broken is because when you see a cool sequence like this, so watch this. 2 bars, high jump cancel, 3 blocks, boom, follow up, 4th block. So she just spent 4 blocks of her drive gauge to do this sequence that we saw here. So she's going to be very drive gauge expensive. So she knocks you down. If you survive a mix-up or turn the tables on her, she has already put herself down to 2 blocks. So you attack her and she's burned out. So all of the crazy stuff that she can do will put her near burnout. Now, obviously she has the level 1 install, which lets her go nuts. But again, that's gonna be the situation where if she's always doing level 1, that means she doesn't have the level 3 for big comebacks like a lot of other characters have. I love the fact that both her and Mai have level 1s that do installs, so it increases the importance of level 1s. But, you know, there are checks and balances in place. She can do all this stuff, but it's going to be super expensive to do. Looks like it would be an anti-air as well as having very long reach. I don't know which move you're talking about, but I'll wait till you say it. High jump consumes 1 stock of drive gauge, can be used in the blink of an eye. Use it after a normal attack or seismic hammer to give you the kind of mobility other fighters would die for. Again, if you can change your jump arc, you are a strong character, which is why I think that Cammy is a strong character. Now, you know, other characters like Jury can do it, but if it gets blocked, Jury can die, so it's not as good. But still, how many of us have seen Jury jump at us and we try to hit her where she lands and instead she does the dive kick and she kicks our face with the dive kick? Having the ability to change your jump arc is a really, really powerful thing to have in Street Fighter based fighting games. It just is. High jump, boom, seismo cancel into it. For example, you can perform seismic into a high jump, then quickly unleash an aerial burn kick, then connect with a combo if it hits, or continue on the attack if it's blocked. Jeez. High jump can be activated directly after all normal attacks, except crouching heavy kick. Too tough for you? No one said that the game was easy. Time to get more training in. I love it. I love the fact that they just call it out right here. Look, this is hard. Practice. Go and practice. Well done, Capcom. I like this. And by putting it in the voice of C. Viper, it doesn't make it sound more like we're making this character intentionally difficult for you. So if you aren't good at execution, too bad. Like having it be coming from Viper, like if you're not good enough to use me, baby, just don't even bother trying. Woo! Oh, God, that's going to be amazing. And again, that's what she could do before, and it was really hard to do. And this one is not a feint cancel. This is literally DP, if the Seismo was still DP, which I believe it is, DP, And as soon as it hits, you have to do forward, down, down, forward, up, forward, quickly enough that the down into the up, forward. So basically you're doing forward and then tiger knee. This is the way you do this. Forward and then down, roll the controller up to up, forward. The down roll to up, forward should trigger the high jump and input the DP motion, right? And so you do that, and then you hit the button again, and you'll get another Seismo if Seismo has a higher priority than Thunder Knuckle, which in this game they called Thunder Dash, I think it was. So because you're inputting a quarter circle forward and a DP motion in one motion right here, which special move comes out is going to be dependent on the priority list that every character naturally has in Street Fighter 6. To make this work, Seismo probably has a higher priority than Thunder Knuckle, so when you input this, it will come out with Seismo instead of Thunder Knuckle. I am pretty sure that is what we are seeing here. Yeah, oh God, it looks so, like, seeing that, like, on one hand makes me go, oh, the nostalgia, and then also makes me go, oh my God, the nostalgia, because, like, God, I hated that. Focus Force. Produce a protective barrier in front of you. Absorb an opponent's strike attack. Okay. That was the fastest text ever. Absorb an opponent's strike attack or release the button to perform the attack. Oh, you can hold it down. You can hold it just like a focus attack. It can be canceled while held with a forward dash. Oh, so this move just cancels into the dash just like a focus attack. They just gave her the focus attack as a special move. This is an attack I love to save for when the time is right. It has armor properties, which means you can take a hit and return the favor. So there you go. So yeah, you can hold it and release it like that. So yeah, she can literally FADC cancel stuff. I wonder if it gains properties for depending on how long you hold it. I wonder. The problem is if you do it and the opponent doesn't do anything and you hold it, I think it will so my guess, again, if they design this move correctly, which I do think they would, my guess is that you can't hold it for very long. If this is the maximum amount of time that you can hold this, so what I'm thinking is if you use this move and start holding it, the enemy can then drive impact and beat you. So the reason why this is beating drive impact when you see it in the first trailer is because she's absorbing the punch from the drive impact and then kicking you afterwards, right? However, if you start the charge and the enemy sees this and they're like, oh, they can just drive impact, and then what happens is no matter how long you hold it, it will trigger and your two kicks will get absorbed by the drive impact and then they punch you. However, if you hold it and they go, oh, time for me to drive impact, and then you dash cancel it, you can probably bait out the drive impact, dash cancel it, counter with your own drive impact, so it's not for free. So there's a out for it right there. But if you hold it and fail, and the enemy walks up to you and looks like they're going to drive impact you, so you forward dash cancel, and they didn't drive impact, you are now a sitting duck, because you have to finish your dash before you can do anything else, and so the opponent will walk up and be like, I'm gonna drive impact, and then you dash cancel it, and they get a free hit on you out of your dash. So again, even though I haven't seen this character yet, this is my guess on how that mix-up is going to work. And again, this is how fighting games work. If I told you that if you see her charge it and you could drive impact it every single time, it's useless, right? So having the ability to counter that idea, but then counter that counter, but then counter the counter to the counter, that's fighting games, right? There should never be a one-cut solution for everything. And so the reason why I'm doing all the speculation and talking about how I think all these moves are going to interact and how you can stop the thing with the thing and then stop the stop with the thing is because this is how fighting games should play out. Should play out. Yeah, I don't know with the if there's different levels of the focus force here. Ugh. God, does that just give you a crumple? Oh, it's gonna give you a crumple on punish counter. Because if you do that, and man, it's fast enough to punish light attacks, that's always gonna be a punish counter. It's always gonna be a punish counter. Because Chun-Li's recovering. Pow, punish counter. So you'll probably get a crumple on punish counter. If you hold down the attack, the armor time is also extended and you'll be in a more advantageous situation afterwards. So yes, you can charge it. This is best used when you know a big attack's coming. Okay, are you gonna show that here? They didn't really show that. Interesting, okay. One more thing, you can dash forward while holding the attack. This will let you find openings to close the gap or absorb a projectile and then rush in. So she can actually focus, absorb, dash, cancel. Oh my God. That's funny. Oh boy, it's just a focus attack. Overdrive version. The timing for absorbing attacks is faster and damage is pumped up. Look for chances to score a punish counter to get a huge return on investment. Woohoo! Oh, but that wasn't a crumple right there. Oh, because the first hit absorbs. You might have to charge it for a certain amount of time before it actually crumples, which makes sense because that's probably the level 2 hit, because the focus attack in Street Fighter 4 didn't crumple until it got to level 2 or level 3. So it's probably get the crumple if you can charge it up to 2 and 3. And that's what the previous clip was showing. When you hold it, is that because she held it, she gets the crumple there. So level 2 charge and then pow, gets the crumple. I don't see the transition. Oh, maybe it was that thunk. So if you do it right away, then you get the level 1. But if you hold it long enough till that, I don't know, we'll figure it out. I'm so slow. Is that what people mean when they say FADC? Focus, attack, dash, cancel? Yep, that's exactly what FADC meant. So you would uppercut, cancel into a focus attack, and then dash cancel the focus attack into your follow-up. So FADC was focus, attack, dash, cancel this entire time. That's exactly what it meant. I mean, honestly, low-key Dre, like, good shit. Good dots connecting right there. Never played for it, but I feel like that connects the dots for what FADC is. Yep, you are 100% right. And honestly, good job. Good job on that. Here we go. Yeah, absorb the projectile to rush in. Okay. Overdrive version. The timing for absorbing attacks is faster and damage is pumped up. Look for chances to score a punish counter to get a huge return on investment. Oof. Ooh, wait, did that just, what did that beat right there? Oh, she just did lightning kick. Okay, and then she just got bodied. Okay. Limit decoupler. Oh boy, here we go. Push Z Viper's heels to near overload before attacking. You can perform high jumps or special attack follow-ups for a short time after this without using drive gauge. Why? Level 1, thong thong. Wait, she doesn't have the crazy after images thing. Is it only on kill? Maybe it's only effect on kill, basically. Low-key Dre put his Inspector Gadget hat on. Maybe you can show those of us who are unfamiliar with Street Fighter 4 what focus attacks and FADCs are after you're done with this video. Maybe it would require me to start up Street Fighter 4. We'll see. This is your ride or die when it comes to anticipating an opponent's jump or closing out combos. After the attack, my gadget's performance will be boosted, so you won't need to rely on drive so much. Jesus. Yep, and that costs none of her drive gauge. So yeah, look at this. So after she activates it, boom, boom. There was the feint cancel that should have cost drive gauge because you can see, let's see here. So fierce. Oh no, that didn't cost anything yet because that was just crouching heavy punch canceled into thunder knuckle cancel. And then crouch fierce here again, Odie Seismo, which did eat the 2 bars, pow, high jump, which did not eat the 2 bars. So again, high jump always costs 1. And then land into heavy thunder knuckle into the follow-up, which should have cost meter because she glows red there, but it didn't. So yeah, so she just used 2 free drive bars after the level 1 install. And of course, you can clearly see at the bottom left of the screen where my mouse just happens to be pointing. Totally didn't do that on purpose. But where the mouse is pointing, you'll see, bam, timer, like that. Ooh, interesting here. So they nerfed Mai so that if you blocked it and punched her, she did not gain her install. With Viper here, it looks like she gains it right there. So if you block this move, you can kill her, but she still gets her install. We technically have 4 Zilcho. Anyways, you can use a high jump or a follow-up attack even while in burnout, but the rest of the timer will be used in exchange. Pick your timing carefully to have a chance to get out of a bind. So there we go. She has the timer. And there it is, gone off of 1 jump cancel. It's funny because I was just listening to the stream and wasn't watching. Then he said focus attack dash cancel. Labbed it in my head before I typed it. Nice. Oh yeah, that's true. I didn't realize I said it out loud too. Okay. Hush phone, hush. Mission complete. An attack that makes full use of Viper's gadgets. Oh my god, you do not have time to read that. A highly versatile move, useful in combos or for turning the tables on your opponent. This attack has invincibility built into it. Oh. They didn't say anything about invincibility about the level 1. So they did say it works as an anti-air. So level 1 may have air invulnerability, but not actual invincibility, which means that if she only has a level 1, you get to pressure her, and if like she's burned out and stuff, you do get a drive impact, and there's nothing that she can really do about it. Oh, I'm sure you can use a level 1 again while it's training to refresh the timer. I'm sure that's exactly what's gonna happen. But this one has invincibility, so use it to turn the tables when you're being pressed. It's also a good technique to close out combos from an overdrive technique if you're looking for more damage. Get fucked, Cammy. Just like the anime. Which was really stupid, by the way. I was really mad they beat up on Cammy like that. Yeah, that's a cancel, dude. That is such a cool background that she gains. Like, what a cool effect, by the way. And the lights from the background are still there. That's from the actual building in the background. So the lights stay coming through because they're so bright, but everything gets shut out by this little graphic grid that she gains. That's cool. Well, for mission complete, she says it, but for me, I always think of Rolento, because Rolento said it in one of his win poses, which is why I said, mission complete, because that's how he basically says it. Yeah, you can continually do the Seismo super jump, Seismo pressure, all that stuff until the timer runs out. I didn't see if it uses up timer when you do that. Maybe. I'd have to double check again, but I'll worry about that later. Hard luck rejector. Lift your opponents high in the air before driving them into the ground. Useful in combos or for turning the tables on your opponent from short range. Oh, the holodeck, yeah. That's a funny taunt. She's just using her compact, dude. Look at this taunt. Let me tidy up here, make sure I look my best. Oh, there we go. All right, time to fight. Ugh. When you need that big win, this is the asset you want on your side. You're guaranteed huge damage from this, and it works well as a combo ender. Pow! Blows the smoke off of her gloves, and then the critical art. Yeah, and she legit just gets punched in her critical art. Now, I know for some people that's really bizarre, and it is kind of weird. Like, she like doesn't lose any damage from getting punched. Like, she gets, like, I don't know, like something about it looks like it's missing. Does she stop you with her boobs? Like, it legit looks like you try to punch her and she stops you by going, huh. like she like stops your punch with her boobs almost. Like, I'm going to hit you in the face. She leans back and goes, bah. Like, it doesn't look like Cammy's hands are actually on her face. See? And then when it like zooms in, that like when it gets over here, like it literally looks like she's just going, bah. Oh my God. Is that really what you did, Capcom? And then she slides around your hand, you fall forward, and then she gets to punch you in the chest and then take you into the sky. And then, like I said, she rockets back down to the floor so she can pose on your ass. Just so she can thumb her nose at you. She rockets to the floor, woo, to pose on you. That's so sick. Oh, good shit, good shit. All right, so that is Viper here. I think she looks absolutely amazing. Her theme song is also pretty sick too. Where's it get? So this part is cool. So very few of the characters actually have callbacks to their original themes. And then I think right here. Yeah. I feel like this is a callback to original theme. Especially that part. Dun 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 dun. Yeah, see that part sounded like this. So it feels like it actually has a lot of throwbacks to the original theme, which I think is cool. But any case, that's Viper, and she looks like she's gonna be fun. And again, I'm so happy they decided to make her execution heavy. And again, I said I would address this a little bit. I know a lot of Sagat players are like, why does Viper keep all of her sauce and Sagat like is completely different? Good point, JNV. Beats in her heart definitely is a callback to Beats in my head. For sure. Good call. But, you know, why is Sagat so different? And honestly, I believe that Capcom tried very, very hard to make Sagat a projectile zoner. But in my opinion, a projectile zoner cannot succeed in this game. By nature of the game's design, you have to be scared of the projectile a screen away. But with drive parry existing, you can't. Now, other characters like JP and Dalsum can throw fireballs from all sorts of directions, and they can teleport, right? So if you're just parrying things from screen away, Dalsum can just teleport at you and throw you, you know, so it's not free to just sit there and drive parry and stuff. JP can plant a departure above your head, the spike comes out, and then he can rush in on you, you know, et cetera, or he can even teleport if you try to parry the spike and then throw you and get a punish counter. If you are just trying to zone by traditional fireball, I don't think you can do it unless the character ends up broken. Because if you give them the ability to drain your drive gauge by throwing fireballs while you're parrying them or something, whatever mechanic you come up with, in my opinion, would make the character broken. So I think they took it away. They made it so that Sagat fights mostly up close with Tiger Nexus and standing medium punch and such, because I don't think they could figure out a way to make it a true projectile zoning. Even Ryu doesn't do that. Ryu fights you by doing stupid Hashogeki mix-ups and stuff. He doesn't beat you by projectile zoning. So I don't think that there's a way they can do it. Or can they? Because I am not a person who is willing to rest on any laurels about this, and because I love designing fighting games, I think I figured out the best way to make it work. And I think this idea is genius. Now, if they change Sagat to do this, it would have to be EX Sagat, because people who are using Sagat and playing the way he is right now, you know, they might like the Sagat, maybe they don't care about the zoning stuff, and if you change Sagat to only play this way, it would suck. But there is a way to make it for Sagat to succeed on this. And this is my idea, and I think that this is the best way to do it. I mean, honestly, like I said, I think that that's why they gave him all these extra moves and all this stuff like that, because, and why his standing medium punch is like Street Fighter V oppressively, like, good. Because I just don't think they could find a way to make the projectile zoning work. Because like I said, if you did through projectiles and if you parried it, you still lost drive gauge. Like, some characters may not be able to beat him at all. Like, I feel like Zangief would just never be able to beat him at that point, you know, stuff like that. So, well, so to be fair, EX Sagat, CVS1 had EX characters. So Capcom has done this before. Anyways, my idea is this. Yes, it is going to be similar to Manon and Jamie. Give him a counter. Give him a power-up counter that goes up every time he just throws a fireball. Every time you throw a fireball. I haven't decided if it should be only if you block it or get hit by it. Like if you jump it, he doesn't gain it, might be a good thing to add because then it'll make it so people want to neutral jump the fireball. But basically, as you throw fireballs, as the number goes up, yes, it eventually starts draining a lot more drive gauge. So it's not broken in that if you need to fight him at the start of the round, he doesn't have that power, so you can parry a few of them ahead of time early on and try to get in and kill him. But if you have a life lead and he has a life deficit and you run away and being like, you have to come to me, Sagat, he's like, I don't. Tiger, 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 tiger. And eventually you stop being able to drive parry it. Even if you drive parry it, you get a deficit. So it takes a while to build up, which means if he's throwing tigers from across the screen, you want to neutral jump it so that it doesn't build up the meter, and you can't just sit there and let him throw tigers all day. You have to go in at him, otherwise he keeps powering up. I think that's really cool. I think that's a really cool idea, in my opinion. I think that's a great way to make it work because it's not broken, because the characters that don't want to, you know, that would die to that can just try to rush him down a little bit early on, right? And then Sagat, if he knocks you a screen away, he can go back to tiger zoning, force you to block a couple of tigers on wake up. Like I said, if it misses, maybe it still goes up anyway, or maybe if you block it, it goes up an extra number, like you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like that. But if you jump it, it's 1, 2, 3. Obviously, it takes a lot of testing to figure out what the balance is. Like, when does the shift start where drive pairing this is not a good idea, right? It'll take a lot of testing and stuff. But I think that's a really cool system. Right, would a fireball clash also negate? Yeah, I mean, like I said, maybe it only builds 1, but if you block it or hit them with it, you get an extra or something like that. So, but I think that would be a cool idea. Anyways, I really honestly think they probably tried to make Sagat a zoner and they couldn't figure out a way to make it work. So I don't think Capcom was being like, screw you, Sagat players. I really feel like they probably tried, because so far they have done a bang up job with all of the character designs, especially a lot of these late ones. And to have it so that Sagat doesn't get to play like his old self, like, I don't think they were like, oh yeah, let's get rid of it because zoning sucks. Like, they probably tried and they probably couldn't figure out a way to make it good without being broken. That's my opinion. By nature of the systems in the game, by nature of drive parry existing, I don't think there's a way to do it. Because if you block a tiger shot from a screen away, you could just keep like holding drive parry a little bit, and if he throws more, you'll just absorb more. You know, like that, you're basically forcing Sagat to get in, and he can't be threatening. The only way a traditional projectile zoner works is if the fireball is threatening. And in Street Fighter 6, a fireball from a screen away has no ability to be threatening. All the ways the projectiles work are because people can teleport, or they have like fireballs that go in every angle, that delay, or you can drive rush after it, right? So Guile, light sonic boom, drive rush after it. Aki, fireball, drive rush after it. And if you gave Sagat a tiger shot that was so slow that you can drive rush after it, like, that doesn't feel like Sagat, and then it's not zoning again. Like, literally, that's not zoning. I'm throwing it to get in, so he's not zoning with the projectile. He's throwing the projectile, drive rushing in, and he's trying to mix you up. Projectile zoning, in my opinion, doesn't have a way to succeed, but the idea that I come up with might be the best idea. So there you go. In any ways, that's it for talking about Viper. I hope you guys appreciate me going through all this, and like I said, we haven't even seen the character yet, but I can guarantee you that like 90% of my speculation on this character is going to be correct, because I really have a good bead on what they're trying to do with the characters. With the Sagat one, when I went through all the character guide and stuff, I was like, I bet you this is how it works, and it was exactly how it worked. So I have a good bead on exactly how they're trying to balance a lot of this stuff. So it'll be really interesting to see how much of my predictions come true. Once we actually get the character. She's coming out, what date is she coming out? What was the date that it said she is arriving here? Let's see here. It says, I guess, oh yeah, here we go. Was it the 18th? Did they say the 18th? Might not be in this trailer. Let's see the character one over here. It maybe said somewhere else. It probably said somewhere else. October 15th. Okay, so she comes out October 15th. Awesome. Okay, so 2 weeks. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. And then after those 2 weeks, get ready for a surprise. Anyway, I just dated myself with that reference. I'm excited for this character. I'm excited for this character. I really can't wait to see what she can do. And I'm really glad that Capcom decided to make Mommy a Sea Viper a technical execution character. So I'm really excited to see what she does. So, all right. That'll be it for the Viper stuff. If you guys are watching here on YouTube, please like and subscribe. Leave a comment below. If you guys are enjoying Viper, if she's out already. If not, then let me know what you think about all the speculations that I'm giving. For those of you here on Twitch and YouTube, YouTube streaming. I have to make that distinction now. Don't go anywhere. We'll keep going after that. But thank you guys for tuning in. And remember that the day that this podcast graced your ears was the most important day of your life. But for me,
it was Tuesday.
Okay, don't go anywhere. This is not actually the end. Again, this is not the end. That's for editing and all that stuff like that. Half a year without a character drop. I know, right? Ugh. COTW is getting the next DLC and ranked per character. Vega and Balrog got to come out at some point, though, no, within this game's life. My suspicion is that they're going to release one a year. So Bison came out, and then Sagat is in the next year. And so maybe next year will be Claw, and then the year after that would be Boxer. That's my suspicion. Anyway. We don't know when the balance patch is hitting. I mean, if there even is a balance patch coming. Do you see Capcom reworking the original cast if they keep adding new characters who rely less on drive rush, throw loops, and system mechanics? I do hope so. I really do hope so, but maybe they're waiting a little bit, right? Maybe they didn't want to do it too early. Because again, this game is wildly popular in Japan, right? So they don't want to mess with it too much, I feel like. And as long as it is making like the freaking bank that it's doing right now, like I can't imagine Capcom wanting to make any big changes. However, after 3 years, I would hope they do something. I hope they do something, but we'll see. I haven't been keeping track of the movie at all, Asian Pikachu. I hope the loops go away. I do hope the loops go away, or at least require you to drive rush to do them, so that at least if you want to do a throw loop, you have to commit to leaving yourself vulnerable, kind of thing like that. So, right, so adding V-shift and stuff like that. So it's very much possible. So they might be just kind of using Street Fighter V experience to know when to roll out big mechanic changes. But the way that a lot of the characters work, like Elena, like some of the changes they made to the existing characters already, and to Sagat's throw loop is different as well, etc., etc. It feels like they're experimenting, and I think they're gonna take all this information and use it when it's time to figure out what to do with throw loops. They have characters of all different kind of throw loop styles, And so I feel like they're gonna have some good information, honestly. I think that because Capcom has published a Hakan sticker and an animation of World Tour Avatar oiling himself up, I think that Hakan could be coming in an upcoming DLC. I actually think the opposite. I think because they did that, that's like, here's your reference to Hakan. Enjoy it, because that is the last you'll see of him, at least in Street Fighter 6. So I don't know. Any case, someone asked me about what to do if you are just learning the game, and I asked him if he was willing to stick around a little bit longer. Which user was that? It was It was somewhere around here. Oh, Blaze Eye. It was Blaze Eye. Blaze Eye, are you still here? Sorry that took a lot longer than I expected. Are you still here, Blaze Eye? If not, no worries. I hope you do find me in another time that I stream. But I definitely can help you with how to get to start learning fighting games, because I've done this a lot, and I have and people who have used my system have definitely like been able to make it to master and stuff like that. I think it was John the Automaton who was able to make it to master through a lot of my teachings and stuff like that. So. But again, I took a while, so I don't mind. I don't blame Blaze Eye for leaving, but hopefully he did hear me when I said, you know, come back at another time, and he said, awesome. So he might have disappeared, and he'll show up at another time when I'm more free to talk about those kind of things. So until he shows up, let's go ahead and talk about these other topics here that I wanted to get through. So let's, oops, I even forgot to change the topic the first time here. All right, let's talk about onboarding new players here. Hello, everybody. Welcome to It Was Tuesday. I'm James Chen, your host, aka Jay Chenzor. Always coming to you talking about the latest drama, and I don't even know if I can call this the latest drama because we've been talking about numpad versus old notation forever. And someone did point out that numpad notation is pretty old in itself, so I'm going to selfishly call it numpad notation versus Jay Chenzor notation, because a lot of the original notation is based off of the notation that I invented for my combo FAQs. So, you know, the use of arrows and double X's for cancels, you know, stuff like that was all created by me, and using, you know, all the whatever dot this and dot that. Even though modern days I do not use the dot because it messes up Twitter. But so let's just call it numpad notation versus Jay Chenzor notation. Again, the reason why I loathe to call it Jay Chenzor notation is that it definitely makes it a lot more suspicious that I'm biased. Like, I want my notation to survive, and no, that's not the case here, right? So let's actually talk about this detailedly. So again, numpad notation, universal, language free, quick to type, etc., etc. And a lot of people hate it. A lot of people really hate numpad notation. And the problem is, all the people who are pro numpad notation spend their time going, it's so easy. The only people who don't like numpad notation are old, or they're stubborn, or they're I mean, no, like, there are young players right now. I saw Big Bird say this. He was like, I will never use numpad notation. And Big Bird is like early 20s, right? Or mid 20s? Mid 20s now by this point? I don't know. But, you know, a lot of people do not like using numpad notation. And I have gone into length many times, so I'm not going to do this here, that the reason why a lot of people hate numpad notation is because it doesn't click. And it's not because they're stupid or lazy or nostalgic for old stuff. It's because it doesn't click. And for me, it doesn't click because I don't see numbers and want to translate them. My brain, seeing numbers activates a different part of my brain that doesn't have any translation in it. So as soon as I have to translate the numbers, it feels like I have to go thunk and move my brain to the translation section, and now I'm reading like a foreign language, and it's really kind of annoying, right? So I don't gel with numpad notation. Do I use it? Absolutely, right? And I've talked to a lot of people here, and a lot of people have said that when I describe it their way, they're like, yes, that's how I feel too, right? So it has nothing to do with laziness and all this stuff like that. And I hesitate to say this because it sounds stupid, and I admit it. Like, if I was a numpad notation lover, I would hear me say this, and I'd be like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard, right? Like, but when I see numpad notation and I realize I have to translate that into controller directions, it feels uncomfortable. Like there's something physically uncomfortable about it, right? So I can't use it. Like I don't like it, right? But I'm wrong. When I said I can't use this, that is false. I can absolutely use it because it's not hard. It isn't hard. It just creates that weird little uncomfortable feeling for me. It's very easy to use, and I will use it, but it is not my preference, right? So the thing that I'm gonna say is that there are a lot of people who are violently against numpad notation. And if it was just nostalgia, laziness, or whatever, it is completely unreasonable for someone to hate numpad notation that badly. Like the lengths that people go to that don't like numpad notation to be like, I fucking hate this, I will never use it, numpad notation sucks. Like the length at which the hate for it goes out to clearly shows that there is something more to it than laziness or stubbornness or nostalgia. Like there's something about notation that numpad notation that just bothers people a lot. And so, I don't think I'm wrong when I say a lot of people out there have trouble seeing the numpad notation, and that yes, it actually physically makes them uncomfortable. I don't want to say it hurts like physically, but like you see it, and when you make that realization that what you have to do, there's just like this, like it feels like someone virtually just punched you in the brain. Like you just like, like you have to go from one place to another like really fast, right? So what should we do, right? So the thing that I said last week was that use whichever notation you prefer. Use whichever notation is comfortable to you. But that brings up a very, very realistic question. How do we onboard players, right? Because if we did have a one single notation, we would be better off. We would be better off, right? Having multiple notations is kind of annoying, right? But the thing about it is, if one notation is not gonna work for everybody, I don't feel like we should force that. Now, if I, gun to my head, had to pick which one to be a official notation, it would be numpad notation, despite the fact that I kind of helped create the J-Chenzor notation, right? But again, there are so many pluses and minuses in different ways, because the negative thing, right, so yeah, and see, this is great. I love the fact that you say that, Fighting OG-san. He says, James, funny enough, that down, down, forward, up, forward irritate the shit out of me. Exactly, beautiful, beautiful, because guess what? Everybody who is a human they all think differently. We all are different people, and the way that we react to things and the way we process things, we're all different. And the sooner we realize that one solution is just not a real existing solution, right? Like for anything. Everybody learns differently, which is why I talk about the heart, body, mind stuff about fighting games, because understanding that has helped me be able to teach people better on how to play games like Street Fighter V and Street Fighter VI versus a Fatal Fury City of the Wolves, right? Understanding that people learn differently is important, which is why I pushed for using whichever you're more comfortable with. But the downside of J-Chenzor notation with QCB, QCF, UF, DF, etc., is that it does not translate. It does not translate. If you don't speak English, what does that mean? Quarter circle forward probably isn't even QCF in most languages, right? And if you're Japanese or Chinese, it's even worse because you don't even use letters at all. But they use numbers. They use numbers. They do use Arabic numbers in those countries. They study those and they have to learn it. Everywhere you go in Japan, everywhere you go in China, they have the Arabic numbers everywhere. So that's the advantage of numpad notation, right? The numpad exists on even foreign computers, so they can still use it. Now, obviously, these days, a lot of keyboards don't have numpads, and that's a different issue. And the phone actually flips it the other way so that 1, 2, 3 are on the top, which was done on purpose to make people dial slower because they were used to adding machines and stuff like that and calculators. So they flipped it upside down on purpose to ruin their muscle memory, because back in the day where people had to manually connect you to talk to people, they needed to slow them down so that they could actually do their job. Because when it was the other way, people were dialing too fast and calling people too fast. So they flipped it intentionally to be annoying. But also, you know, it is universal, and that's what the advantage of that is, right? That's super important. What's 22S in J-Chenzor notation? It would probably be, DDS or something like that. However, what happens a lot in J-Chenzor notation is that the different inputs get names. And this is also where things are problematic, because every individual motion that exists has to have a name, right? So like Geese's Pretzel Super, which is, and again, I have to look at the keyboard because I can't do this in my head directly because numpad notation is confusing to me. Geese's Raging Storm motion is 16324. I almost messed it up. I almost said 6324. Okay. Geese's numpad notation for the Raging Storm is 1632143. 1632143. You can write this in J-Chenzor notation as down back, half circle back, down forward. You can write it that way. However, most likely what would happen is that it would be called the pretzel motion. And we would probably use PZ as a abbreviation, because quarter circle forward is usually FB, right? We would just call it FB. The DP motion is just called DP, and the backwards versions of it would be RFB and RDP. That's how we usually did it a lot of the times, which is why up to forward, like Magneto's Magnetic Blast, I called the Soul Fist motion, or SF, because the first time I had ever seen that motion was from Morrigan in the original Darkstalkers. She had up to forward to throw her air Soul Fist. So I called it the Soul Fist motion. So we would come up with names. So down, down would probably just have gotten its own name at one point in time, which again isn't ideal, right? It's not ideal because again, it doesn't translate. If you're from Japan, why is PZ that motion, right? And so it's not universal. And that is why, you know, if gun to my head, I had to pick one, I would pick numpad notation, except numpad notation is very confusing. And I mean, for a lot of people. And also, by the way, may I take the time to point out that it's also a little hypocritical because a lot of people will use J as a moniker for using jump attacks. J doesn't mean jump in every language. So it's not actually as universal as everybody says. But in any case, oh, what's up, Desmu, aka Shiro420? Long time no see. Again, like, it's selective at best. So that's my little dig at numpad notation. They will throw in J's and SJ for super jumps and stuff like that. Any case, yeah, or they'll put in DL for delays and whatever like that. Again, like I said, I would pick numpad notation by default. However, I do think that we should maintain both forms of notation. And in fact, there is actually a far, far, far more superior notation than all of that. All of that. It just has one downside, and that is it is hard to type. That is the only downside to it. But if I was to go, for example, to something like Twitter, like this, obviously the best choice would probably be this. That is the best choice right there, right? And if I actually wanted to do like Geese's pretzel super, I could just do and then I could type plus, and then if I really wanted to get fancy, I could do this. There's Geese's motion right there. Nobody is gonna be able to misinterpret this at all, right? This is clearly the best way to go. Hey, what's up? Mountain D3UU, Dayu, not sure. Emoji notation, yeah, absolutely. This is clearly the best way to do it. It's just that it's not convenient. I mean, honestly, if I was trying to type it somewhere that didn't have this option here, although because emoji is getting so popular, this option is everywhere, even in like Discord and stuff like that. But this is definitely, clearly, 100% the best way to do this, right? But, you know, because emojis take up 2 characters on Twitter, because they're a little bit wider, it's still not gonna look as condensed as numpad notation, but I still think it removes all questions. And again, so some of the downsides of numpad notation, look at 2xKO right now. 2S2 is the most frustrating thing in my life. When I saw someone write 2S2 when they were listing a 2xKO combo, and I realized what it meant, I almost punched something, right? That means 2 special button 2. Like the second special button, because the buttons are called S1 and S2. So literally the numpad notation says 2S2 and 2S1. I thought you were supposed to hit 2S and then hold down to like make a fireball curve down. No, it's S1 and it's S2 are the names of the special move buttons. So 2S2 is what's there. I mean, you can do the pluses and all that stuff like that, but then like, Like the whole point of numpad notation, they say, is to make it as condensed as possible, right? And you're like kind of going crazy. And then the other thing that makes numpad notation awful, and I really do think that this is awful, is that when people get used to it, it is absolutely the worst verbal way to discuss fighting games. If you go around just being like, oh yeah, use the 6P, you know, because that usually will beat, you know, his J2H, you know, oh yeah, I used a 2K2D. That's the standard trip combo in Guilty Gear Strive is 2K2D. Like, this is the shittiest thing in the world. Like, it is like, do you want to make this hard to learn? Do you want to make this hard for new people to learn? So, again, yeah, NRS uses the numbers are as buttons. You know, they often use 1, 2, 3, 4, although some of them will try to use HP, LP, HK, LK, right? They'll try to do that because it's the high kick, low kick, high punch, low punch kind of thing. Again, I get frustrated by numpad notation, but again, to clarify, I would pick it as the universal notation over J-Chenzor notation because it is universal, right? It is universal. However, this is why I say it's important to learn both. So, you know, the question has come up, and this is the whole point of all that ranting there, is what do you do to new players? How do you teach them? How do you onboard them? And honestly, you just have to say, you have to teach them both. You just have to teach them both. You know, think of it like Chinese, right? There's no way you can learn how to pronounce a character by looking at the character. You have to memorize the pronunciation and the character. That's just how it works. The character itself gives you very few hints on how to pronounce that character. It doesn't even give you the accents. So you have no idea. So literally, it's just a memorization that this character sounds like this, right? And so that's kind of what we have to do here. We have to teach both numpad notation and pseudo J-Chenzor notation. You want to be able to call it a fireball motion. What's fireball motion? Down, down, forward, forward, or quarter circle forward, or 2, 3, 6. You want to be able to have the person understand both, because it will make communicating with them verbally far clearer and a lot more interesting. And as a commentator, I don't want to say 2K2D. I don't want to say 6P all day because it sounds really stupid. It sounds really bad, and anybody who's going to tune into a stream to hear, oh, that was a brilliant, 2S, 6H, into 236, whatever, like what, right? And then if you hear Tekken commentators, they're like, oh, he hit him with the 1-1-2, and it means something completely different. Like, it's just the worst thing possible. It is literally the worst thing that's possible. And yeah, you can gain their interest in trying to learn stuff, but the thing is, you teach them both. But depending on the person themselves, whichever one they attach to more and the one that they like better, that's the one that you focus on when you continue to teach them. But just make sure they understand how the other one works. Because if you don't, it's going to be harder for them in the future. If you find someone who likes J-Chenzor notation and you like J-Chenzor notation, you're like, yes, I don't have to teach them numpad notation. You're fucking up. Teach them numpad notation because it's so important, because you are going to be reading numpad notation all over the place. You can't avoid it. You won't avoid it. And another thing too is that when foreign players use it, you can understand what inputs they're using because it is language agnostic, right? And that is that's the big advantage. So you can't get away these days with teaching people only one style of the notation. Does that suck? Yeah, it kind of does. Would we be better off with one notation? Absolutely. But again, for the people who don't click with numpad notation, it's just not particularly fair, especially because they're going to spend their entire time being like, I don't like numpad notation. And all they're gonna read are people going, God, it's so easy. If you can't do numpad notation, you're dumb. It takes like 5 minutes to learn, blah, 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 blah. I've been using numpad notation for 10 years and I can't tell you what half circle forward or half circle back is, right? Like, I still can't tell you because I still have to do this and picture a numpad in my head. And again, the way that I process numbers is different. If I think 1, I think it's higher priority, like it's number 1 in the list. So when I played Soul Calibur, down forward button, which is an aggressive move which launches and is one of your main offensive moves for every character, that felt like 1 to me. And down back, which was a defensive move and not as important, felt like a 3 to me. So I always called down forwards 1, and I always called down backs 3. I just did, and I don't know why. And I had to correct myself over and over and over and over again. Now, classic Street Fighter playing saying fierce, strong, jab, etc. I do think that we shouldn't use those phrases. I will use them if I'm commentating Super Turbo or Alpha or CVS2, but if I'm commentating Street Fighter 4, 5, and 6, I will not use those terms. And in fact, I think I was the first commentator in Street Fighter 4 to really start changing my language to saying light punch, medium punch, heavy punch, light kick, medium kick, heavy kick. I had to work so hard to get myself to start using those other words to the point where I will commentate like Super Turbo and stuff, and I keep using the wider audience terms because it's just so hard for me to actually break that habit back to the beginning now. But I do that intentionally. I will say jab every once in a while because jab makes a lot of sense. And a lot of the times you just want to say, oh, he's trying to get that, he's just trying to take him with a jab, and it's faster to say than light punch. But for the most part, I will say crouching medium kick. Is it a bigger mouthful? Sure, but whatever. Like, it's clear to everybody watching it. And like I said, I will always try to do my best to change my language for that. So, I have very consciously tried to not use those terms because they don't exist a lot of places. And I didn't even realize, but we used those names because they were literally on the cabinet. Like there was a sticker that you put over the 6 buttons that literally said jab, strong, fierce, short, forward, roundhouse, right? But apparently that didn't exist in a lot of foreign countries. They didn't do that. And then also they made the absolute mistake of making medium kick forward. Because on the joystick, it actually said forward, like forward, down forward, you know, and now there's a kick called forward. Like, what did you do? Like, if they even called it front, like a front kick, like, okay, we're in business here, but they called it forward, so they fucked it up. Because a forward kick is a real thing, right? A forward kick is a real thing. Right? Short kick, a forward kick, a roundhouse kick are actual like names of kicks, right? Like of martial art kicks. So I think that's why they called it those. I don't know why they didn't call it like jab, hook, uppercut for the buttons or whatever like that, but whatever. You know what? We can't change anything now. And in any way, was it actually a mistranslation by Capcom? I'm not aware of that lore unless I read it in that oral history and I just forgot. But regardless, I try not to use that language. But again, I maintain the language depending on the audience. Because on Super Turbo, that's what they know. That's what they know. So I will use that language. And so it's going to be the same thing. And yes, when I have written tweets before, I have written tweets literally in all three notations. I have literally done this in on tweets, especially ones that I'm like, I found this new technique. Here's this. So like, do Kim's vagabond edge, and then I will do literally quarter circle forward plus punch slash 236p slash down forward plus fist. I will actually type this out. I will actually do this. Because I'm not going to try to mandate what they find most comfortable, honestly. I really do think that it's important to maintain both J-Chenzor notation and numpad notation. Because like I said, as a spoken language, numpad notation is absolutely grotesque. How do you do Vagabond Edge? Oh, 236. Like, the fuck does that mean, right? Like, and that's the other thing too, is that if you look at numpad notation by default, you don't know it's even telling you to do motions. If you're new to fighting games and you open up this forum, you're like, oh, dang, these people are talking about fighting games. And all of a sudden you see 236, 236p, you're like, what does this mean? And there are people who are scared of numbers and they'll see that and just be like, screw this, and that's the end of it, right? Like, that's it. And see, Fighting Oji-san says, I call everything 632 a DP. That's not even the DP motion. It's 623. Again, like, it's like, it's so easy to get confused, and like, it's just like, it's like, I don't hate numpad notation. I have been very violently against numpad notation in the past. And people do know that about me. I don't hate it anymore because I understand its strengths. But again, it doesn't work for me. And so it's frustrating to use. But I'm not going to tell people to stop using it because it has very, very practical uses that you don't have to worry about. Again, like, do I have to name every motion? Like Oji-san said, what is down, the S button? Do I write it as DDS or what, like, what do I call it? It is kind of annoying, right? One of the things that I do like about J-Chenzor notation is that I very much use, again, I don't do like crouching dot HP anymore, because too much of this accidentally standing medium kick gets turned into a link. That's annoying. But what I like is that the modifiers that I always use, I always do in lowercase. And so what I like about this is that it's visually distinct. I can tell what the modifier is versus the button, right? And, obviously you can do that with, like, this as well, but visually I don't see the separation. So if you want to know why I do a lot of things that I do, is because I like visual clarity. And I will say that about numpad notation, is that it has no visual clarity at all. Numpad notation is the biggest jumble of characters ever. But I like visual clarity, which is why when I typed out combos, everything has something in between the buttons. So if it's a chain, it's this. And then if it's a cancel, it's this. And then I would probably type the name of the move, or I could just do fireball plus punch, right? Or fireball plus light punch. And then a comma means a link. And then I can do crouching light kick, chained into crouching heavy punch, super jump cancel into super jumping light punch, into super jumping heavy punch. And then this means you land from the jump. And so that way, you know, if I type another jumping, like, or another super jumping light punch, you know that you're supposed to land and then super jump again. This is what J-Chenzor notation looks like. I like to separate it because also visually it makes sense. Like when I see a comma, it makes you pause, and that's how links feel like, is it feels like a pause. And that's why I like putting a comma there to indicate links, etc., right? Someone asked me how I would do drive cancels. I would probably make up something new, like landing, crouching medium kick, drive rush cancel, maybe like that, because that looks like a drive rush like kind of gives you the effect of a drive rush cancel. Maybe that, you know, I would probably just make up a new symbol, whatever. But again, the problem with this notation is that I'm making new shit up constantly, right? Which is really kind of annoying. But yeah, that's kind of like how it works, right? Like I like this because the modifier is visually different than the buttons that you're using. And every time you have a different indicator of how you're doing this. Because I noticed in numpad notation, a lot of them will do like 5L, 5M, 5H, 2, 3, 6 punch. And this is, what if it's a link? What if it is 5H linked into 2, 3, 6? What if it's a link? But numpad notation tends to just use the arrow as this is the next thing in the combo. We lose some clarity here because 5H linked into 236P looks the same as 5H canceled into 236P. At least I think it does. Maybe there is a distinction that I don't know. But again, like either notation has their plus sides and downsides. Plus sides and downsides. So I just don't think we should pick one over the other. So to answer the question in a TLDR, how do you onboard a new player? You teach them both. Is it annoying? Yes. Is it necessary? Unfortunately, it is. Because we to survive on a single notation. Again, numpad notation people are gonna be like, I don't get it. Numpad notation is so easy. Why is everybody so against it? And again, I will repeat, there's got to be a reason why so many people, it's not even just like 3 weirdos, it's like a lot of people really hate numpad notation. Like I said, they violently, they like, I will never use numpad notation. It's so, I hate it. Like there is a reason why this many people get so violently against it. And like I said, from a logical standpoint, if even I'm looking at it as a person who doesn't like numpad notation, it doesn't make sense to me. How can you be this violent against a notation that clearly is super logical and super easy to process? There's nothing confusing about numpad notation at all. It's so straightforward. The numbers just are the directions. And it's like very condensed and it's beautiful and it's efficient, etc., etc., etc. How is it that this many people are so violently against it? Well, it's because there's something more to it than just being lazy, nostalgic, etc., etc. There is a sect of people that are like me. They see numbers, they don't think translation, and it's very awkward. And so learn both, teach both. If a new player comes in, you're gonna have to teach them both. Fireball motion, quarter circle forward, 2, 3, 6. You have to teach them both. And then once you figure out which one they like more, that's how you focus on letting them know. However, because you taught both, they have the ability to understand both. Because like I said, you're not going to get away with only one. If you only teach numpad notation, you're gonna see a lot of people typing QCF. And they're not gonna know what that means. If you only teach them J-Tensor notation, you're gonna see a lot of people typing 236. And they're not gonna have any idea what that means. We can't stop how the history and how the scene has formed everything. Both notations are going to live on. So teach them both. Teach them both. And most importantly, don't force your preference onto them. If you are a J-Tensor notation fanatic, but the guy you are teaching happens to really love numpad notation, teach them in numpad notation. Make sure they know J-Tensor notation, but teach them in numpad notation. And does that mean you have to get better at it? Yeah. Suck it up. You're the teacher. You should always teach so that your student can learn the easiest. If you are willing to put yourself in the position to be a teacher of somebody else in fighting games, suck it up. Use numpad notation to teach them if they prefer numpad notation. That's just how it works. It's how it works out there. So again, that's my stance on this. If you want to onboard people, make sure they know both. You don't have to make sure they're fluent in both, but enough so that if they see it, they know what it is, because they're going to need it to navigate the FGC. That's just how it is. So, yeah, I mean, Brian F. has a lot of smart things about that. Yeah, talking about how to coach Sage and Slam players and individualizing coaching. It's very, very important to do that, honestly. When I see letters or numbers, I see symbols that must be translated into meanings somehow, so I don't hate either. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, don't even get me started on simplified Chinese, Asian Pikachu. Don't even talk to me about that. Jesus. Let's see here. Fireball, Aegis, Tackle, Install, DP, Yoga Flame. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot of different names for these things, and it's kind of annoying that way. But again, there's really not that many inputs. The crazy ones obviously are going to be like Ivy's Command Throw and Soul Caliber, and Geese's Pretzel, right? But everybody's called it the pretzel motion. And by now, everybody who speaks English knows it's the pretzel, right? So there's definitely some weird motions, especially like in Darkstalkers 1. That's when they were really experimenting. So there are some bizarre inputs in there. But yeah, it's just like, James, as a challenge, can you write out a Yun Ganajan combo B&B in J-Tensor notation? Yeah, I could. Now, that depends too if you want to also write out all of the chara cancels that go on in there. But again, it's not going to be any different than numpad notation. If you use the tilde for like carrying stuff, you can use tildes in J-Tensor notation exactly the same. Exactly the same, right? So, like, I mean, I'd have to look up a Ghanaian B&B because I don't know what a Ghanaian B&B is offhand in any case. Let's see here. Well, the problem is that 2346 isn't a tiger knee motion. That it's supposed to be 2369. 2369 is the notation for that. You see, this is what I mean. Like, yes, it's logical and it makes sense, but a lot of people who try to use numpad notation, like, they just can't help but fuck it up all the time. It's really weird, and I wish I could explain it. And I hate the fact that, yes, that makes us all who hate numpad notation sound like a bunch of dumbasses. But again, brains are brains, man. If you think that everybody has the ability to mold their brain into the same way that everybody else does, I mean, no. Look, let's just put it this way, okay? The Street Fighter characters in Street Fighter 6 are the actual brains of human beings. The character creator can let you create all sorts of things, but you can never actually replicate the Street Fighter characters. It lets you do all sorts of things, but it can never truly be what the Street Fighter character faces look like. That's how brains work. Yes, brains have the ability to do all these different things, but by default, we are the Street Fighter characters. Our brains are kind of pushed in a certain direction. And no matter how much you try to tweak the character creation, you can't make it the exact same thing as that. So some people just are not going to process it the same way that you can. God, see, and then they type 1, 2, 3 in there because that's the name of that's the freaking target combo. They call it 1, 2, 3, and that already messes up numpad notation because that certainly doesn't mean down, back, then down, forward. That means 1, 2, 3 as in jab, strong, fierce, right? Like, it's just weird. Oh, I guess that this is not numpad notation over here. This is actually something completely different. Okay. Well, so if I wanted to actually do this, let's take a look. How would I do this? Again, the nice thing about it is I have the difference between chains, stand medium punch, and then you would cancel that into Ganajin. I would just write Ganajin, or I could do SA3, depending on how you want to do it. I'll just do SA3 for the brevity here, and then you would do forward heavy punch, right? And then comma forward medium kick, comma forward medium kick, comma you know, you could write the palm, or if you really just want to do, you could do reverse fireball, you know, plus reverse fireball plus punch. I don't know, like, depending on how you would want to do it. And then you would do forward medium kick, comma, far heavy punch. So that's just stand heavy punch. And then medium dash. Are you actually canceling that? Oh, yeah, because it's a juggle. Yeah, so stand heavy punch into, you can do, again, like I said, you can do fireball plus MP, right? And then you would just do stand medium kick. And then I don't think you're canceling the standing medium kick into the palm. I'm pretty sure that's a link. So then you would just do reverse fireball plus punch. And then you link it into the shoulder, comma DP plus LP. Because I think it has to be the light one. Then forward heavy punch. And then Kara dash punch, which is whiff standing light kick into the dash punch, right? So you could just do like, because it's specific here, you could just do something like fireball plus LK tilde LP, right? Like, this is how it works in numpad notation. This is numpad notation on like piano-ish timing right there. That's piano timing right there. And again, what's nice about this is if I'm wrong on a lot of how this can age and work, and let's say this is a cancel, I could actually type this. So I can actually tell you whether it's a chain, a cancel, or a link. And that's really nice, honestly. I think that's really nice, honestly. And again, it's not as confusing as a lot of people say. And again, isn't it great that I know that this is a chain combo up here and then everything else is just a link, right? Like, I think that's really cool, right? Now, obviously, if you want to do Kara Palm combo, that's stand medium punch, Kara into stand light kick, Kara into reverse fireball plus punch. Like, that might be just how you have to write it, but the thing about it is, it's not going to be any different in numpad notation. That's 5MP tilde 5LK tilde. See, I have to think about it. 214 punch. It's not shorter, it's not cleaner, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of the same. Would you also notate if the SA3 is active? Absolutely, if I really wanted to. And then what I could do is, I used to use things like square brackets like this, pow pow, and then afterwards is standing medium kick. And then what I would do is like this, right? And then, you know, I could probably put a note here like, you know, Grenade or SA3 ends, right? I've also done this before for like infinites, right? So I'll be like, oh, this is an infinite. So I would be like stand LP, stand MP, and then let's just say there's a, you know, stand MP. And then again, if I do this, like this tells me, see, normally if I did this into jump LP, this would indicate that I'm jump canceling something. But if I put a comma here, like so, you know that it's a stand medium punch and then you link into a jump LP. Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice? It's really nice. But then I would also do something like this. Let's just say I do jump medium punch for the brevity of it, jump HP, and then I would do times N. And this is basically, you know, and then I would put this like you land and then you repeat this, right? So you land and then jump LP, MP, HP, land, repeat it. And then I would do this times N and then I would repeat the landing thing. And then I would do stand light punch, crouch HP, canceled into quarter, like you could do fireball plus 3P, right? That's your super right there. Or I can just do 3K. Something like that, right? And again, I like this because I like the fact that when you type out the J. Chenzer notation, it's visually clear on what is happening. What is happening here. So if I go over here, this is my X-Men versus Street Fighter combo FAQ. So here's all this stuff, here's all this stuff, here's all this stuff, how the systems work, all this stuff, and then advanced techniques, whatever. And then when I get to the characters and I describe all their combos, let me see here. So character specifics, this is where all the notation starts coming into play, right? So I talk about what their different magic series are. It's really hard to see here, but like here's the different kinds of magic series. This is the zigzag, the stronger, the weak start, none. Here's the launchers. I list all their launchers, blah, 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 special move code section. And then I do this. I literally do this. FB is fireball motion, down, down, forward, forward, and I draw it. I drew every motion for you, so you knew exactly what I was talking about. And I even put in the notation here. So again, I am not leaving a stone unturned. So I list down, down, forward, forward, and look, it's the arrow notation basically. Reverse fireball motion, dragon punch motion, reverse dragon punch, yoga flame motion, reverse yoga flame motion, banishing punch motion, air soul fist motion, spinning pile driver motions, razor kick motions, sonic boom motion. And so yes, I have the entire legend, and here's my combo notation. Use magic series to reach the next move listed. Cancels. This indicates you cancel the last move with a super jump, or you follow it up with a double jump. Indicates that you land, comma, that there's no special combo method is needed. This is standing, crouching, offensive crouch, down, up, towards. I had to call it towards because we were using forward at this time. Now I can just use F as forward. Super jump, double jump, triple jump, dashing, air dashing, flying, fly dashing. You know, I had the entire legend here. And so while these days, some of this looks really ugly and would look a lot better because I wouldn't use roundhouse and short and jab, it looks a lot better using LP, LK, and HK. So it would clear up a lot of like the ridiculous combos that I have that like you look at this insane combo and you're like, I'm scared. Like you look at this and you're literally like, Mommy, I'm scared. I don't want to do this combo. Like, it just looks crazy, right? Like, it looks nuts. But if we change it up to the way that I do it now, the lowercase into LP and all that stuff like that, it would look a lot cleaner. Trust me. And if I didn't use the name, so I actually named every move. So I have like combo into guidable optic beam, you know, and so I like literally, you know, multi attacks. Like I literally put the names of the special moves. So if I actually decided to put the motions in here instead, it would all be a lot cleaner and stuff. So, and again, I was the first person to do this. So yes, when I say that this is Jay Chenzor notation, I'm not claiming credit or trying to take credit for a lot of other people's work. I literally invented this shit, okay? The XX and the arrow and the comma as the link that you still see a lot of people use. Why? Because my FAQs were really popular and they kind of just proliferated that way. People were just using Jay Chenzor notation a long time ago. And so it got really popular. So this is how it works now. And this is why I call it the Jay Chenzor notation. I only refuse to call it Jay Chenzor notation all the time because, like I said, it automatically creates this clear reason why I'd be biased against numpad notation. And I will 100% say that I am biased against numpad notation, not because it's replacing my notation, it's because my brain sucks for it. But I recognize that it has very many plus sides that the Jay Chenzor notation doesn't have. In particular, the language agnostic nature of it. So, like I said, I would pick numpad notation if I had to pick one. So, but for the sake of having it be clearer, I call it the Jay Chenzor notation because that sounds better than just calling it the old notation and stuff like that. So, the hardest part about it, low-key Dre, is that you actually do have to have the legend. You actually have to have a legend. And the advantage of numpad notation is, look at your keyboard. All 9 numbers indicate the 9 directions you can put your joystick at. Done. No legend needed. No legend needed. But then you do get into the square brackets, which means hold the button down, and then the weird backwards square bracket thing, which means release the button. But to be honest with you, I would probably use that in J-Chenzor notation these days because it's kind of an accepted way to do it. Like the tilde means the plinking. That came from numpad notation. So I would probably adopt those things as well. Again, there's good ideas in all of the different notations. And that's why I don't think we should get rid of all of them. Especially because, like I said, if numpad notation is the only thing we learn, talking about fighting games is going to be the most obtuse and annoying thing humanly possible. No one's going to want to listen to anybody talk about fighting games that don't already know about fighting games. That's just what it comes down to. If I'm going to sit here and go like, yeah, use 236p and then follow up with 22s and, dude, you're just going to listen to that if you're not really well versed in fighting games? And if commentators are being like, oh, that was a great use of 236p, like, it's just going to sound really dumb, right? So, like, there needs to be a method that is English language, Oh, man, any case, that's my take on that. And for sitting there listening to the rant, you guys get to be treated to cute cat camera. Cute cat camera. Yeah. Hi, Nathan. Hi, Nathan. Hi, Nathan. Ooh, cute cat. Cute cat. Cute cat. Nothing makes streams better, after rants than getting to see a cute cat. What notation does Nathan prefer? Look, I raised him well, okay? He likes numpad notation. He likes you better like you like J-Chenzor notation, right, Nathan? Right, Nathan? Because if you don't, you're gonna be in trouble. I'm not gonna feed you. No, I'm just kidding. I would never do that to Nathan. I would never do that to Nathan. Mwah. Mwah. And yes, you can see the close-up of my face. Clearly, I have not shaved in a few days, so I apologize because I look like a mess. Oh, Nathan. Yeah, what a good boy. Oh, good boy. Good boy, Nathan. What a good boy. Okay, in any case, that's it for that discussion right there. There is one more thing to talk about here, but if you guys are on YouTube, hope you guys enjoyed this little conversation here. What else is there to say? Of course. The day that this podcast graced your ears was the most important day of your life. But for me,
It was Tuesday.
Look, on the Capcom pay-per-view thing, I don't have any intention of having this be a video. Like I said, obviously, I'm in a weird situation where I feel like if I say the wrong thing, it's just gonna, it could hurt me, blah, 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 whatever, again, I'm not saying that because I think it will happen, but the landscape of the FGC and commentary is already kind of weird like this, right? Given what happened to like Rip and Spag from the Tekken World Tour, right? Like everybody's kind of like confused about what is like what can happen, right? So I preface this in the beginning in that I want Capcom to succeed. My interest is Capcom succeeding, making money, and making Street Fighter 6 more popular, okay? So when I say that I am not a fan of the pay-per-view decision, and I definitely could use harsher phrasing for that, I do not like the pay-per-view decision. I don't like it because I genuinely think it's bad for them, and I think it can hurt them in the long run. And I don't think they should go that path. The reason Lamel V is because they're making bank in Japan with pay-per-view already. Street Fighter League is pay-per-view. Like, no one is allowed to restream that. And a lot of people subscribe to it and they pay for it. And so, you know, with the ginormous audience they have in Japan, by putting it as pay-per-view, the money they're going to get from the Japanese audience will probably outweigh the number of people they lose in the rest of the world, right? Yeah, again, I agree with that. Like, LCS doesn't use pay-per-view, the International doesn't use pay-per-view, etc., etc. And the way that you have to see it is that the Capcom Pro Tour is like, if it's losing money, obviously it's losing money, and that sucks, but that is advertisement money, right? You need to use the tour to get people to buy the game and spend money on your game, right? This falls into a lot of problems here in that I don't know how well Capcom understands whale culture. Whale culture is very important for situations like this, right? Whoa, why is there so much text from Asian Pikachu? Holy crap. So the way to state this is that the tours are supposed to make you spend money on the game. And a lot of times in these games, when you have games as a service, which, let's face it, that's what Street Fighter 6 is now. It's a games as a service. You do rely on whales to make your money. The whales are where you are going to make traditionally most of your money. If you go into Street Fighter 6 right now, if I go into Street Fighter 6 right now, and I go to the shop, and let's say I want to buy everything because I'm a whale, right? Like, I can certainly spend money on these costumes here because these costumes will cost quite a bit over here. Sure. But, like, okay, maybe I can buy some of these colors here. Maybe I can buy some colors. Maybe I'll buy all these images. There's actually not enough stuff for whales to buy. There's actually just not enough stuff for whales to buy. There needs to be... Oh, yeah, you're right. And the thing about it is that maybe this is something that's hard for Japan to understand as well. Well, I mean, they have gachas. They have super money-making apps, so they understand this already. But you intentionally also put in things that are just stupid cost, right? You really do put in things that are not critical, but you make things in the game that are just ridiculously expensive for the ability for people to say, I own this thing. And, you know, there's got to be obviously some cool factor about it. I don't have something in mind right now of what they could do. But the thing about it is you'd be surprised at how many people out there will just pay for those things because they're rich. Right? Because they're rich. And the other thing too, so to transition this, what should Capcom have done, right? In my opinion, I don't think it's a mistake to try to make money off the stream because, again, running the Capcom Pro Tour is not cheap, right? This is not cheap at all. But the thing about it is, and I've been saying this to Capcom forever, even since the start of Street Fighter V, okay? So this is not even anything against anybody here right now. This is something that I have said to Capcom very early on. And I say to all the companies whenever I talk to people about this kind of thing, people want to support. People want to support. You can probably go online and download all the MP3s of your favorite artist's new album. But guess what? They're your favorite artist. You are going to buy it because they are your favorite artist. If you have the money, right? Obviously, if you don't have the money, then you weren't going to buy it in the first place, so whatever. But if you like the artist and you have disposable cash, not only will you buy the album, but you're going to buy the collector's edition that comes with a special sign to this, a little statue of the thing that's associated with the album. You know, you are going to buy a lot of stuff from your favorite artist because you want to support. What Kickstarter has shown, and Kickstarter, in my opinion, is one of the most important things to come out in terms of economics, because economics used to be supply and demand, find the middle point for supply and demand. No, well, we can buy things online. And for the people who can't afford a lot of things, they buy the cheap ones. But for the people who can afford more, people will buy the more expensive things. Like, people are not cheap. Like, you think that people are cheap, but most of the people who are cheap weren't gonna buy your thing anyway. And two, maybe they're just broke, and so they weren't gonna buy your thing anyway. Right? But if you put out the option to spend a lot of money, people will do that because people actually like supporting things. People actually like supporting things. Okay? So instead of making the stream a pay-per-view, you provide a free stream that is maxed out at 480p. And that's what everybody can watch. And it'll have all the ad breaks. Then you make a premium, hey, support the Capcom Pro Tour stream that goes up to the 10K 2160p, level. That costs a little money. Then you make another tier that you get that, but now you also get a bunch of drive tickets. And then you make another one that's an even higher tier that you don't get ad breaks. During the ad breaks, they have something that will actually entertain you. Like, they'll just have two of the commentators play each other in Street Fighter for shits and giggles, right? And if you present them as supporting, people will voluntarily pay for all of this stuff. They will literally volunteer to pay for all this stuff, right? Yeah, well, see, that's the thing. The ads do help support the stream, but if you're paying for one of the super expensive ones, you're probably giving them more money than the ads are making them from you, the one viewer watching it. So whatever, right? So, it'd be good if they made viewer pass part of game season pass and all. Nobody besides stream chats, but definitely coming to terms with me not watching it live. And that's the other thing too, is that the thing that's gonna hurt the most is that a lot of people are going to pirate the stream. Let's just face it, that's going to happen. And the problem with charging for the stream, making it pay-per-view, is that you lock out a lot of regions virtually by price. Even if someone in South America wants to see it, they can't afford it because the money for the pay-per-view is so much more expensive to a lot of the people in South America, to the fans in Africa, to the fans in, you know, a lot of different countries that are not as financially flourishing as the United States, for example. So you're literally locking people out of that. And I'm telling you right now, like, Street Fighter League makes sense because it is a 4-month thing. So if you miss one, you can go back and watch the archives to keep track of how all the teams are doing, right? Something like that, people will go back to watch when the free version comes out a week later. When Capcom Cup finishes and everybody knows the results, they're not gonna go back to watch it. It's just not gonna happen because by then, there's a bunch of other events to pay attention to and stuff like that. It's different, right? It's a different kind of situation, honestly. But again, you know, someone said lots of us don't and never have wanted esports. But the thing about it is, this isn't even esports. Because as we said, no other esport does this. This is not esports. This is Japan, right? Like, it's kind of how it is, right? So, and this is my point. Like, you can see here in the chat right here, dwindling interest in the Cup Tour. You know, a lot of people are saying, I feel the same, etc., etc. Goodwill is one of the most important things that you can earn as a product. And it is one of the easiest things to burn. And again, I was telling a lot of the US guys who worked at Capcom when US Capcom was in charge of the esports back during Street Fighter V. I had this exact same conversation with them. I was like, goodwill gets you so much. And so while it doesn't seem like there's a reason why you should take the time to fix Birdie's chain in the versus screen or make Ken's face look a little bit better, that's goodwill. And so while you're not directly earning money, you are creating a confidence in your product. You are creating an indication that you are listening to the people out there. What's the fastest way a fighting game dies? Is the devs don't say anything. So you're like, wait, are you supporting the game? Like, literally that's what killed DNF Duel. Is because DNF Duel came out, everyone thought that was cool, and there was no information. We didn't know if there was going to be a tour. We didn't know if there was going to be DLC, whatever, for like 6 months. And so everyone was like, why am I going to spend my time on this game, right? Knowing that the devs are listening is like the easiest way to build goodwill. So again, I understand that Capcom is seeing this as an opportunity because SFL has proven that people will subscribe, but that again is Japan. And even if the pay-per-view in Japan makes them more money than they lose around the place because the audience is so big in Japan, you do lose a lot of goodwill. And I think that will hurt them in the long run. And I really do hope they reconsider. And again, like, I'm not going to sit here and say, like, Capcom evil, bad Capcom, they suck, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Again, I'm telling them to do this because I think it will make them more successful in the future, right? Like, I'm still corporate shilling for them in essence, right? Because I think it will be better for them in the long run. I think they would make more money in the long run by changing this kind of decision. So again, like, like I said, I put it out there in the front. I'm sorry, I apologize, but obviously I am in a position where, being overly critical to Capcom could hurt me. And even saying this, I don't know, maybe I've just screwed myself out of a bunch of jobs. I don't know, right? But again, my interest is seeing Capcom and Street Fighter succeed. Why would I want to do anything that hurts that, right? Because clearly, I selfishly will probably benefit from Capcom succeeding as well, right? So, like, clearly I'm not saying any of this stuff because I'm mad at Capcom or I think they made a mistake. I'm saying this because I really think it will help them more to not go the pay-per-view way. So I do hope they reconsider. I do think that it will do a lot of damage to the community, especially with a game that does have a lot of momentum. Obviously, there's a lot of people who are upset because it's just throw loops and drivers cancel, whatever. You know, like, I get it that a lot of people are tired. I'm going to be that asshole and just be like, well, you just hate it because, you know, you keep losing to it. No, it's not true. Any case, look, the thing is, like, you don't want to lose the goodwill. You don't want to lose up the goodwill. Yes, you are right. Goodwill doesn't fill up the prize pot. They already dropped the $2 million, and that didn't come from nowhere. They didn't. It doesn't fill up the prize pot, or does it? Or does it? Because, like I said, right now, the choices they've given us is nothing or pay-per-view. And so, like I said, if you pivot it, and C4, you probably weren't here when I was talking about this originally, they need to pivot it to free stream, limit it to 480p, then give us that same price that the pay-per-view stream for, so that we can get up to 1080p as well as 2160p or whatever it is, for that same price, right? But it's called the Support Capcom Cup stream. A lot of people will do that. And then, so the current situation, we have nothing or pay the pay-per-view. In this one, you have nothing, which is watch it for free. Then you have the pay-per-view value here. But then you add another tier. Support Capcom Cup more tier. And they get everything, all that quality. But then it also comes with a bunch of drive tickets. It comes with new challenger cards. It comes with like titles or whatever like that. And then you offer like the stupid exorbitant tier, which comes with like even more drive tickets, a super exclusive title. Like, yeah, I'm one of the only ones that have this because I'm special kind of thing. You remove the ads, the ad breaks don't show ads. You actually have just like a separate thing where, you know, you can just hang out with people talking or something like that during the ad break, or maybe just watch two schmoes playing fighting games, like they're just playing Street Fighter for fun. But it's like a stupid amount of money, right? And again, the rich whales will pay that. They will support that. And so it's hard to say that they won't make more money that way, right? It's hard to say that they wouldn't make more money with this method. Because again, this is what Kickstarter has proven to the world that people want to support. And everything that kind of has taken up this gotcha model, this technique, right? The whole gotcha model is you make the most of your money off of the whales, right? But the thing about it is, the way you make money off of the whales is you keep people playing the game. And one of the best ways to keep people playing your game is goodwill, right? So as long as you keep the game so that everybody's playing and you keep the goodwill, then you will get enough people spending the money on the whale tiers. And I pointed out that there's not enough things that they're selling in the store. Like, even if you go, like, what can I buy? I can buy colors and costumes and new challenger images. Maybe I can buy some of the music. It's hard for me to say because I've bought all the music with drive tickets already. But like, there needs to be more. There needs to be more expensive things in the store. There needs to be like things that you can brag about. You know, like I have this, haha. You know, like people want to support. And I think that's the thing. Like when you talk to the music industry, what do they talk about? Oh my God, people pirating music, people pirating music. Oh my God, they're doing all this. Like the people pirating your music weren't going to buy your music in the first place, right? But then you have the album and you have the collector's edition, you have the bronze collector's edition, the silver collector's edition, and you have the gold collector's edition and the diamond collector's edition. And guess what? Your fans, if they have the capital, will buy the diamond one. Like if I was still working at my programming job and I had, you know, good money, and my favorite band, like They Might Be Giants or Lights, you know, came out with some crazy collector's edition, you better goddamn believe I'd be buying that. I'd want to support them, right? So, like, the one thing that, you know, the higher execs, the people at the top, don't seem to understand, and this is not Capcom, this is across the entire, the entire existence of capitalism, is that people want to support. People want to support. The guy who has listened to your music for 5 years and loves your music and has capital, just because they can download your MP3s off of some pirate server, they're not going to do it. They're going to buy it because they think you're an awesome band and you deserve their money, right? So again, like, it's one of the things that I mean, even last year when they came out with those, you know, I mean, not last year, last game, Street Fighter V had those Capcom Cup packages. All the dialogues that they gave us to read and everything like that was always, buy this, you get these things, and part of the proceeds goes to Capcom Cup. And I was like, no. We need to word that the other way. The wording should be support Capcom Cup by buying this package. And here are some cool things you get for your support. As opposed to, do you want to buy these costumes and titles and all this stuff? And then part of it will go to support Capcom Cup. No, you present it as support Capcom Cup, and here are cool things that you get for supporting Capcom Cup. Like, the language works so well. Like, language is such a tricky thing, and I think that that's really important, honestly. Yeah, we need more costumes, and I still don't know why we don't have DLC expressions. Like, I feel like that's why they added that. Maybe because the expressions are hard to make. But like, we should be able to get DLC versus screen expressions, and we can assign the expressions that we want to the different places. So you can have like some really goofy expressions for the characters and just charge money for that. You know, they're doing the challenger cards thing, and there's a lot of sick challenger cards, and we should be able to buy a lot more of those things, etc. You know, the versus screen. Those things, different walkout animations, yeah, all that stuff. Like, there's a treasure trove of possibilities here for these guys. But again, I am not going to blame Capcom because I really do feel like they're understaffed. It just feels like if again, every time you assume people are being evil or people are being stupid, usually there's a more logical explanation. They're probably just not getting the proper amount of staff. They've probably wanted to do all this. Like, it's not like if they heard me, they'd be like, oh my God, James, that's a great idea for Express. Like, they've thought of it, but they just don't have the bandwidth to make it. And that's the tough part. And maybe that's why they're trying to do the pay-per-view. Because if they get that money, maybe that allows them to hire more people or have more bandwidth to be able to do more stuff like that. You know, we don't know. But like I said, the way that I'm talking about it is not get rid of the pay-per-view, but just flip it so that it's not we have to pay the money to see. It's we can see it, but we love this stuff, so we can just pay more if we want to because we love the stuff. And again, Kickstarter proved that this is just a thing that works. Because again, people want to support the things they love. People want to support the things they love. And that's where I'm coming from. So like I said, I don't know if this is gonna get me in trouble or whatever like this, that I, am saying that I don't like the pay-per-view model. But again, nothing I'm saying here is intended to be anti-Capcom. Everything that I'm saying here is, in my opinion, a way that Capcom can succeed. To be able to maintain goodwill and still be able to make a lot of that money, honestly. So yeah, again, I say all this with Capcom's best interest in mind. Okay, so again, I know it's weird that I have to keep adding this, but like I said, the commentary life and all this stuff like that, it's a very weird field right now. And so, even just talking about it this much puts me at risk. Probably. I don't know. That's the hardest part, is that we really don't know, right? Capcom could potentially hear this and be like, whatever, he can say whatever he wants. That's cool. I like having our commentators have real opinions like this. That's cool. They could be like, he said something bad. Like the patch will come out and I'm taking out a Street Fighter 6, right? Like, I don't know. We don't know. And that's what makes it even a lot more difficult to navigate, honestly. So, yeah, there is a lot of the culture difference as well, for sure. But you don't want to give people early access. So the reason why you don't want to give people, especially 1 week early, is because it's unfair to competitors, right? You're basically forcing anybody who wants to play in the Capcom Pro Tour to spend that money. So I don't like that idea, honestly. So if James came out and said this was the best thing ever, he would have lost all integrity. I mean, there is a little bit of that too, right? So like, it's a difficult thing to navigate, honestly. And you know what? Like, I don't want to be doom and gloom, but I mean, honestly, one of the reasons why I feel comfortable enough to talk about something like this is because the commentary life is just not working. And it probably was never going to work, which is why I've been trying to pivot more towards content creation. But if I have another year like this year, next year, like that's it. I'm done. Like, I cannot literally survive. Like, I will starve to death, right? I'm already like really fucked right now. And hopefully I can fix a bunch of stuff soon. But like, it is hard. And yeah, and like the Sajam route, but like, not everybody can just be like, I'll go the Sajam route and get the success, right? One, because I am certainly not as organized and disciplined as Sajam is. He gained his popularity because he streamed at the same time every day, and he did it every day, and he just consistently built that up, right? Like, you look at my stream schedule, and it's like, you never know when James is gonna stream. So, like, clearly, like, it's not like a lot of it is my fault that the content stuff isn't going as well as it could be. It is 100% my own fault because ADHD and all that jazz and stuff. So, I do need to do better. yeah, Sajam built his audience. He built that following. And, you know, he watched a lot of those videos, like how to be a successful content creator. Do you think I've watched any of those videos? Hell no. Hell no, I haven't watched any of those videos. Because, you know, I'd rather go and sit down and watch, you know, the same comedy thing on YouTube for the 19th time, right? Because, like, the ADHD is, like, really tough, man. Yeah, he put in the work, man. Like, he did it the right way. And, like, I'm not doing it the right way. I have somebody who's helping me now, so it's getting better, for sure. But, you know, and I'm clear, and I can focus more on the things that I want to do. I have a lot of great content that I want to put out, but I've been working on a Zangief video that's like 12 minutes for like 6 months. Like, I always like get really far and then I stop and then it just like disappears. But I've been wanting to put out this, it's like 95% done. Like, why don't I just finish it? Because like ADHD is just so hard to handle right here. So, anyways, yeah, and Brian F has been very open about it too, which is, you know, risky for him as well, because he gets called a lot to do a lot of Capcom content, right? Because, like, you know, Rob TV does those things during the esports recaps, and he often calls Brian F there. Brian F is used for a lot of like little things that they're doing, and so, you know, he's outspoken about it. But again, he also has the safety net that if Capcom does decide, you dare talk bad about, you know, he's fine, because he can survive off of content. Unfortunately, I do not have that ability right now. I want to have that ability, so I'm trying to build it. But again, like, whose fault that I haven't grown as big as I feel like I could be growing? It's mine, right? Like, it's my fault. Like, I legitimately cannot blame anybody except me. Yeah, well, I talked about a little bit about that last week, Antonio, you know, about how Japan is like, I hate fighting game discourse, and that Japan is usually like, cool, thank you. And then like the US is like, I hate this ruins it, I sucks, where's the patch? Like, I don't like this shouldn't be how it plays. Like, you know, there is a little bit of different philosophy there, because Japan is more about, you know, respecting the ecosystem, right? That's why Japan is so goddamn clean, because they're taught at a young age to clean up after themselves. But, you know, America is a very me-first society, right? Like, that's what capitalism essentially is, right? It is a me-first mindset. And so it is different mentalities and cultures, you know, what you're taught and stuff. So, you know, that is the difference a lot in the way that it works. So it looks like everyone is critical about this pay-per-view crap. Yeah, no, Maximilian, but again, like, no, like, Maximilian is going to be making bank no matter what a publisher does to him. Like, in fact, if Capcom actually banned Maximilian, oh my God, the blowback that they would get would be ridiculous, right? So, like, like, Maximilian's kind of safe about on that kind of situation there as well. Like, for me, like, I've already had people, like, literally tweet at me saying, like, you should leave commentary. So, like, if I get banned, like, there will probably be enough people going, like, finally, you know, that I don't have that kind of power, honestly. So that's the thing, right? Like, it's clear that there are like it feels like it's like 95% negativity. And so that's another reason why I want them to change it, because like I said, it's the goodwill that they're losing. And I don't want them to lose the goodwill. And I'm a very strong believer in goodwill. I felt this way about my programming job too, because, you know, there's one point in time where, you know, the company that I was working for was super, like, they would buy us dinners. We had cubicles with high walls and like offices, and like they would they gave us a lot of these benefits. And at one point we moved to a new building and everything was open floor planning. They wouldn't even let us put cool toys on the top of our cabinets. Like all of a sudden they weren't buying dinners anymore and all that stuff like that because they were trying to make money, you know. But and I was like, dude, what are you doing? Like, you are hurting yourself this way because your employees are not happy. And so, yeah, like in the old office, everybody stayed till like 8 or 10 all the time because they could just hang out in their cube. They were in their cube by themselves. They could even turn up the music a little bit and just hang out. And if they really wanted to, they could just put their head down because they're working overtime or whatever, but they would all do that. As soon as we went to open floor planning, nobody stayed. It was like 5:30, bye, you know, because like it just wasn't comfortable to be there anymore. And so I actually felt like productivity dropped, right? So yeah, they're saving money. Oh, open floor planning is for communication and collaboration. You are talking about like 1,000 introverted programmers? Like, no, you're trying to save money on furniture, okay? Like, don't give me this bullshit about collaboration and cooperation and shit. You're saving money on furniture. That's what you're doing. Spare me all of that talk. So again, goodwill is very important. And it's just something, like I said, that is so hard to earn. And, you know, what we've... And, you know, this is hard because, obviously, Street Fighter 6 has amazing goodwill in Japan, right? And if they focus on Japan, they are just doing fantastic. But, again, the global market is not in the same place. And, you know, having... Street Fighter being as global as it is, like, it is important to pay attention to the global audience for this, because there are not a lot of properties that are this global. Like, I know people might think I'm crazy when I say this all the time, but Street Fighter is huge. Like, if you weren't born or alive during the Street Fighter 2 era, you do not understand how big Street Fighter 2 was. And so Street Fighter 2 still has that power globally. And not only that, but it is known as a fighting game. In other words, like, if you make Dragon Ball Fighters and you get all these Dragon Ball fans to play, or 2XKO, you get all these League of Legends players to play, they might just be like, fighting games suck, and leave, right? But Street Fighter is a franchise where that is baked into the product. Everybody knows Street Fighter as, I was the best at my arcade, or dude, these guys are like, oh, if I want to be good, I gotta beat these good players. It's baked into the product. So by having this global popularity and the fact that, like I said, the culture of, yes, I need to be able to fight these other people, kind of baked in there, meaning that the people who get into Street Fighter know what they're getting into, is super unique, super important, and nothing else has it. And in my opinion, nothing else ever will. Ever will. I've often said I think Street Fighter is the most important franchise for the fighting game community, and I get yelled at a lot about that because they're like, you're just a Capcom shill or whatever. No, I mean, like, I was there. I was there when Street Fighter 2 was popular. Like, I know what Street Fighter is, you know? Honestly, so Oh, Tekken 8's Goodwill? Dude, I have never seen something get eradicated that fast. honestly, and thank you, Antro Sujo. I appreciate you. You say, dude, your love for the FGC is unmatched. Want to see you commentating for a long time. I hope I can. Because like I said, I am financially in a very bad situation right now. So it's tough, and I don't know how much longer I can do this. All of my loved ones are like, you can't keep doing this, right? if it stays this way. And I'm like, I know, and I'm selfishly trying to make it work because I'm stubborn and I don't ever want to admit failure, which is why I like playing fighting games, because it's part of that competitive nature, etc., etc. So it's a tough situation, honestly. But I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, I tell people all the time that one of my biggest strengths is that I am the biggest fighting game fanboy out there right now. Like, if you wanted to name as many people as you can who could qualify as like a legit like fighting game fan, like if you want to call someone the fighting game #1 fanboy, fanboy of fighting games, like, it's tough because I haven't played as many games as some other people. So like Nerd Josh would be a really good choice. Seth Killian was really one of those people because, again, when me and Seth, when we were doing commentary, we were just so invested in players succeeding and like seeing players fulfill their dreams, because it's just so cool, kind of a thing. So it's a weird thing, right? Yeah, no, Street Fighter is absolutely one of the lowest money making IPs for Capcom. Yeah, it's just it's a problem. And that's why the pay-per-view is a thing, right? And honestly, like, again, I have no basis for this whatsoever. My tinfoil hat theory is that the latest Monster Hunter came out and had a lot of issues. There was a lot of problems. I heard a lot of people were very unhappy with the latest Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter makes a fuck ton of money for Capcom. So if you're Capcom and you've got devs over here for Street Fighter 6 and devs over here for Monster Hunter, and Monster Hunter has a problem, what are you gonna do? Hi, devs over here. Yoink. Thunk. And this is why I think that Street Fighter probably doesn't have the bandwidth to do a lot of the cool things that we think they should do, honestly. My favorite character in Street Fighter is Cammy. Not because I think she's super hot like everyone thinks I do, but because she was the worst character in Super Turbo, and I was a low-tier hero, and I was putting Cammy on the map during the Super Turbo era, so she became my war buddy, essentially. And so I've just been a fan of Cammy ever since then, even though since Super Turbo, Street Fighter 4 and Super Street Fighter 4 are the only times I've actually thought Cammy was really fun. Because in 5, I think she's boring. In 6, I don't think she's particularly exciting either. In CVS 2, you just held forward and hit Fierce a bunch. I'm really sad, because in Super Turbo, Cammy was a grappler. Like, I played her like a grappler because she was a grappler, and I've always been a grappler player. Since then, she's never been a grappler ever again. And that's one of the things that hurts me a lot. So to avoid I have lots of gooner allegations, C4. People accuse me of being a gooner all the time, dude, because I like to compliment my friends on Twitter, men and women, by the way. But like, I compliment a lot of my women friends on Twitter, and so everyone's like, "You're a gooner." I'm like, I'm trying to be nice to people. Jesus, okay? Oh, man. But yeah, I feel like it's kind of the situation. And again, like, I'm sure Capcom is going through all sorts of craziness right now. You know, we don't know what the hell is going on internally over there. And it's never as simple as people say. Like I said on a tweet, you know, anybody who says they should just ... like that invalidates their opinion immediately. Because nothing is ever as easy as they should just. You have no idea the amounts of stupid red tape that people have to go through to get anything done. So when I'm sitting here saying like they should just give us, you know, expression DLCs, you know, like it's clearly not that simple. So, you know, when I say that this is my idea of what they can do, I definitely am saying it with the air of, you know, understanding that it is not easy and that it requires bandwidth, which is why when I was talking about all that, I immediately pivoted to, yeah, but they probably just don't have the bandwidth to do a lot of these things, because it's probably the truth, honestly. So, any case, it's already 1 a.m. I've been streaming for like 5 hours and I'm hungry because I haven't eaten dinner yet. So, and I only had a very, very small lunch. So I need to get food, and I think my cats need food as well. So, I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night here. Yeah, it's a weird world that we navigate in, and it's tough. Oh, it's definitely not healthy to eat this late, but also, realistically speaking, I'm probably not going to sleep for another like 4 hours. Because that's how I am, because I'm stupid. Any case, usually my indication that I should go to sleep is that I see the sun coming up. But in any case, I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night. Like I said, this is not really an official segment. I don't know if like I can actually take this segment and turn it into a video, because like I said, it could get me into big trouble. Or it might not. Like I said, I don't know. I really don't know. I have no idea. But it is the world that I have chosen to live in, and it is the interesting invisible walls that I am trying to navigate right now. But again, no matter what, everything that I'm saying is because I love fighting games, I love Street Fighter, and I want Capcom to succeed, and I want Street Fighter to be a big worldwide phenomenon. Because I think it deserves it, because Street Fighter is awesome, and fighting games are awesome. And it's like one of the greatest things that you can experience. So, understand that nothing I say comes from negativity. Everything that I said about this whole topic is coming from the viewpoint that I want it to be even better. You know, I want it to be great. I want it so that everybody is watching. And unfortunately, a pay-per-view means that you're literally flying in the face of that. You're literally making it so that a large group of people can't watch it. They can watch it for free a week later, but like I said, for a 1 week event, like that weekend event, no one's you're gonna know the results by then anyway. So like, I don't know if a lot of people will care once it becomes free. Street Fighter League is a different story, because you want to catch up and see how they got the points and see how things shaked out. You know, I knew the results of Street Fighter League EU. I was still riveted watching that because it's a storyline. It's something cool to see. The Capcom Cup, the storyline is Capcom Cup. So, like, when the guy wins, you're like, oh my god, Kakeru won. Maybe you'd go back just to watch some of Blaza's matches. But does that mean Hi Fight can't put out highlights on Twitter? Like, I don't know. Like, it's a weird thing. So, anyways. I could talk about this forever. Again, I don't want anybody in the chat here to be like, yeah, screw Capcom, I'm done with them. Like, yeah, I do think that this is not the smartest decision, but, you know, let's all hope that they change their decisions. And if they do, let's reward them and thank them and support them for listening to the people, right? Like, that's what I want. That's what I want. I want Capcom to be like, oh, okay, well, here's the free version. Here's all these ways you can support. And everybody to be like, thank you, Capcom. We appreciate this. And, you know, some people to be like, hey, you made that decision. I was going to pay for the pay-per-view anyway, so I will support. And somebody else being like, I just really want that title, so I'm going to pay the whale tier, you know, stuff like that, right? Like, I want Capcom to succeed. I want them to succeid. So like I said, yeah, am I a Capcom shill? Sure, yeah, because I love Street Fighter to death. I've made 90% of my, like 80% of my life about Street Fighter. Which is really sad to hear when I say it out loud like that. Jesus Christ, oh man. Anyways, okay, that just depressed me. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night. I'll talk to you guys later, and thank you again for supporting, and thank you for always supporting the Tuesday show and my stream, the Chenzor Dynasty, the Jay Chenzor channel, etc., etc. And I started doing this closing speech, and Nathan immediately whipped his head and started to look at me. I swear to God that cat understands English. I swear he understands English, because I have tried like different cues that I think he might react to, and he just doesn't react to them until I really do honestly start talking about, yep, okay, thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Yep, see, he just did it again. He whipped his head at me. So, anyways, see you guys later. Take care. Have a good night. And what the hell? The day of the podcast graced your ears was the most important days of your life. Day of your life? But for me,
It was Tuesday.